Passing by, See friends shaking hands, singing, how do you do? They really say, I love you. I hear babies cry and I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than we'll know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Someday I wish upon a star, wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where trouble melts like a lemon drops high above the chimney top. That's where you find me. Way up high, and the dreams that you dare to, why, oh why can't I?
Greetings, and welcome to GatherVerse XREvolve 2026, Day 1. We're so happy to see all of you that's joined us at GatherVerse.live and our various other social media streams. GatherVerse comes at this intersection and meets you with considerations of the standards of humanity first, of accessibility and education, equality, community development, safety, privacy, wellness, ethics, trust. care, and a bit of compassion. This continues our Evolve series. With last month, we had our GatherVerse AI Evolve series, where we talked about the contemporary and future meanings of understanding of where we might be headed when it comes to artificial intelligence and the various systems that we see rising about, be it multi-headed agentic systems, models, form function, platforms and products and protocols, and moreover, what its impact means to humanity. Today, we meet with the real discussion and the understanding of where we find ourselves when it comes to XR, meaning extended reality, related to spatial computing, spatial intelligence, visual intelligence, the metaverse, and more. So much more. For all of us that are joining us, GatherVerse.live, we continue to uphold our promise of commitments to ensure that you don't have to log into any platform to join us, that you're just one click away to be able to view. For thus, and those that are with us at LinkedIn and YouTube, and Instagram, Facebook, and various other social platforms, and the restreams that our guests are sharing and broadcasting to their audiences, we welcome you. For those that have come back and returned, greetings. For those that are arriving for the first time, hello. My name is Christopher Lafayette, and I will be one of your moderators for today. The extension of reality, this technology, some of you may be familiar with it when it comes to a technology called virtual reality. Others, augmented reality, 360 technology, and more. But what we see happening today, some would say that this industry, this science, has arrived in winter, that it's as low as it's ever been within the past decade. While indeed there is a great transition that's happening when it comes to the workforce, with jobs being shifted and changed and laid off, I would submit to you that the technology, the science of applied therein, has never been more stronger. And in fact, I submit that we do not have enough people yet in this industry, in this space, to teach and to let the world know of what is about to arrive when it comes to visual intelligence, this intersection of artificial intelligence and extended reality. Some say that they are one. Some believe that XR is the interface of AI. The ideas of what we've looked at thus far when it comes to the metaverse and it comes to visual intelligence and it comes to hyper-realistic immersive simulations and more, the things of what we've seen of virtual worlds arriving, they were good for the time then present, but that is not the depiction of the true power of extended reality on the scientific scale of applied science. We are going much further and faster than we've ever been before. Our concern here at GatherVerse is to ensure and to make sure that with this hyperscale and with the appreciation of building and sojourning, if you will, when it comes to technology endeavor in the exponential, in this AI frontier that we have all arrived to, whether we wanted to or not, we're here. And our endeavor for this particular summit of GatherVerse XREvolve Day 1 is to assemble minds from across the world, experts, technical and non-technical, to be able to help us have a better sense of what this means of where we're at today, tonight. Because technology last night is different from today, and technology today undoubtedly will be different from next week. The most important aspect of XR development and scale, undoubtedly, is human expression, compassion, community, care, and a given sense of education to better use these appliances, these applied sciences, these products, these form factors that go on our faces, that capture our anatomical structures, our body, and bring us into immersive realities that we have never seen before. We've never been this way. I did not think in 2026 that when it would take hundreds of people and sometimes thousands of people to build a virtual world, that in one prompt, 0 shot, I can create a whole new world that was first depicted in the confines of my mind. With great technology comes great responsibility. And so thus we have arrived at our first roundtable discussion, the next era of XR intelligence. Tomorrow's too late to know what we need to know now. May our gather be well. And greetings once again as we arrive here at GatherVerse XREvolve 2026 Day 1. My name is Christopher Lafayette, and I'll be the moderator for this first roundtable discussion. With me here for the next era of XR intelligence is an assembly of different speakers, some that have been with us before. We're so happy to see you, and some that are returning and coming to us for the first time. Greetings. I would ask that you unmute your mics before called upon, as to be able to give attention to the speaker and the person at hand that will be speaking with their mics on. First, what we're going to do is briefly, because there's so much to unpack and to cover with this roundtable, I'll call upon you and ask that you would briefly let us know who you are, what you're presently working on, and what inspired you to be here today. We have much to uncover. There's much to explore, and I suspect more will be joining us on our roundtable. And we have a packed room with GatherVerse.live, and it continues to grow. Thank you so much for continuing to be able to join us here at GatherVerse. And to my right, if you will, I will begin with Ellie. Welcome.
Hi, all. Hopefully you can hear me. It's a different setup today. Very briefly, my name is Ellie Boahen, cyborg anthropologist and technology ethicist. Currently, I'm working on authoring a journal and guide for older adults to onboard into this technology era while continuing to do my technology ethics and cyborg ethics work and looking at its overlap with law. Happy to be here.
Thank you, Ellie. Welcome and greetings. Matt, welcome. Matt, I think we're experiencing a bit of latency. We'll have you get checked down the reservoir. Luke, greetings.
Hi, Christopher. Hi, everyone. I'm Luke. I work in virtual reality in education. So currently trying to get students to learn visually and kinesthetically. Whilst on the side, I'm having a look into Gaussian splatting technologies. But I'm just very passionate about spatial computing and wanted to join what will hopefully be a good conversation today.
Luke, we welcome you. Thank you. Matt, let's give it a shot.
Yeah, sorry, I was having a little trouble there. My name is Matt Connors. I work at Volvo Group University. So basically, we're the arm within Volvo Group that manages trainings and learning across the organization. So we're 100,000 people at Volvo Group. So it's a big job we've got.
And what inspired you to be here today, Matt?
The conversations that have happened in the other GatherVerse events that I've attended. I always feel like people come prepared and want to have a good discussion. So yeah.
Certainly, and welcome back, and you will not be, and we will not be absent of short supply. Tim, greetings.
Greetings. So Tim Porter, CTO of Montech Labs. I spent my career in video games and movies. Video games, I was a technical artist. In movies, I was a pipeline technical director. So what I bring to these conversations is the practical application and the tools and what actually happens on the back end of being able to take these tools and utilize them for actual production. And so being in video games and movies, my job in those different realms was to actually build the back ends, the systems and things like that. And I think the biggest reason why I'm here is that a lot of people will talk about the front end. These are the things that we need to do. These are the movements, but what actually needs to happen to go ahead and make those things a reality? Those are the things that I like to talk about, because it's a yin and yang. With the great idea needs the great implementation. And so we need to talk about how those things actually come to light. That's where I like to come in.
Indeed, Tim. We're happy to have you here with us. We have a bit of latency on your end, but I think it'll get rectified here very soon. We'll get some things checked out. So good to see you. Russell.
Hello, everyone. Great to see you all again. Eli and Tim and Luke, everyone. So my name is Russell. I am the co-founder of GatherVerse, and I'm also director of partnerships, ecosystems director at GatherVerse. And at GatherVerse, we're focused on building the trust infrastructure for AI. So we help organizations to better understand, verify, and responsibly rely on AI systems. And we're building a future in which organizations can independently verify AI systems, so they can decide which AI systems they want to trust based upon the performance and the behavior of the models. So that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you, Russell, and obviously welcome again, welcome back. Shall we begin, Roundtable? We'll be addressing the questions that we'll see on stage, but certainly we'll be off the cuff. And there are questions that I hope that you would expect to have a follow-up to something that you may say or express so that we can lean in further. I sit here and think about, Tim, where we're finding ourselves at. We've been this way of innovation. We've seen incredible discovery of XR technology. We've seen XR technology and spatial computing evolve and scale right before our very eyes. There are things that I submit that I did not think that I would see here in 2026, yet it's here and more. It's been incredible. I know that with ModTech and the work that you all have been doing for years, that you've been some of the very ones that have been innovating and developing hardware to be able to help us to be able to move fast. And a lot of what you've been engaged in for years has helped the XR industry, whether they're aware of it or not, to move exceedingly fast when it comes to development and scale visualizations. Tim, briefly and yet simply, where do we find ourselves from your lens of perspective today in 2026 at this intersection of AI XR?
So the biggest things that I'm seeing is, like you talked about at the very beginning, being able to go ahead and make content at a faster and more reliable pace is something that's really important for this industry. The biggest problem that we've had has been twofold. Fold number one is that the industry hasn't been running on the typical 5-year cycle when it comes to hardware updates. That's something that's an extreme difficulty for a consumer to go ahead and pick this up as a play. Now, that's not necessarily as much of a pain when it comes to the higher end systems. You're talking about your Vives and things like that, where a corporation is going to go ahead and spend the money and the time and the energy for the infrastructure that's built to that. But on the flip side of things, when we're seeing here is this big push, the big problem that everybody's always said when it came to XR was, what is the halo? What is the, the big thing, the splash that people want to go ahead and bring them to the platform? And we haven't had that yet. We've had a lot of really amazing things. Tilt Brush has, brought a lot of people in going, oh, wow, this is what's possible and things like that. But nobody can really point to something going, this is the killer app. This is the killer push. And I think through XR, because the big cost in AI doing this culmination, we're going to see that being brought down so that some of these really amazing ideas can be brought to fruition. Because it's a chicken and egg situation. And as soon as cost becomes reality that's pulled out of this situation, then you're going to be able to see some really amazing things push through.
Thank you, Tim, and we appreciate it. Matt, what are some of the biggest challenges that the XR industry is addressing from seeing this reality of what Tim has just expressed?
Well, I think, in terms of next steps, what could happen with AI and XR, I think it's more agentic AI. That seems to be the most kind of promising horizon that we have right now. At least what we've seen is we've seen success in individual XR experiences, whether they're AR or VR or something in between, and then multi-user experiences are pretty common, or they've been more common over the past couple of years. And that works very well to get people engaged, especially to be able to do trainings. But I think what we'll see a shift is more specific and customized solutions that involve agentic AI, so that you can go into a scenario and it can respond to you, or it can adapt to the changes that you had maybe in your own learning journey. And I do think that the hardware has always been a bit of a challenge, because that's where people need to meet in the XR space. And yeah, we haven't seen the revolution there that we all kind of expected maybe 5-6 years ago.
Sure, we're going to touch on hardware in a moment. There's a lot of things that came out with our good friends over at Augmented World Expo last week. Some not with great reception when it comes to the hardware, but thank you, Matt. We'll be back to you in just a moment. Luke, we're coming up with you in just a little bit, and Russell as well. But Ellie, I sit here and think about what Matt is talking about when it comes to generative AI, or if we're looking at diffusion models or adversarial networks, meaning the ability to be able to create these design installations, these virtual worlds, whether we're using Genie 3, whether you're using Seed Dance, these hyper-realistic human eye resolution type based platforms. And I think about it as Tim is talking about, we haven't had the boom. We haven't had that one unifying platform, such as what we've seen with the boom that we received in 2022, November, when it comes to GPT 3.5, for example. We've not yet seen that when it comes to XR. There was a lot of energy and thrill around the metaverse, but we've seen, I mean, my goodness, we could talk about the history of XR. We've seen incredible platforms like Intel with Project Alloy, and all of a sudden switch their position to building AI and funding more AI platforms. We've seen the great mega mighty Meta, if you will, that's invested billions of dollars per annum into the metaverse. Good, bad, or different how we feel about them. They have, but we've seen them pivot and switch. We've seen Google from Google Glass acquiring platforms like Tango and more, and all of a sudden shifting their focus when it comes to AI, biomedical discovery, laboratory reproducibility, synthetic protein natures, AlphaFold, AlphaGo, so forth and so on. Ellie, I want you to touch on, this is the concern that I have, if you will. With XR, it's one thing to create this virtual installation, walk around it, or real-time augmented projection to see it, but this is a whole different thing when the installation itself, be it an NPC, an agent, has a semi level of intelligence, and it can see me, it can hear, it can interact with me. We're evolving together. And now, in some degree, I can form this relationship with this machine, this interaction, this visual extended experience. What does that mean to you, Ellie, in your study of work?
There we go. Yes. I think this leans into something that we've talked about in other panels and conferences about the empathy economy. In 2024, I did a presentation with the San Diego Experience Design Group about nostalgic UX and how that's going to be a forefront when it comes into technology. And now we're seeing even SanDisk lean into that when it comes into storage devices. Of their branding is leaning into early 2000s visual design. So I think when it comes into the XR space, the XR needs to tell its story better. XR has the ability to weave in the human element into their experiences, be it XR for job training, that ability to feel like somebody is hands-on training you with a hands-on role, like within engineering, to storytelling for brand experiences. A lot of Gen Z and Gen Alpha is looking for those in-person experiences more often than not. So XR has the ability to do something very innovative. It needs to tell its story better. It needs to lean into that nostalgic UX, and it needs to weave in that human element more.
But how do we bridge this gap when it comes to storytelling? I believe that and more. How do we bridge this gap? Because what I've seen is the gap differential of seeing that there are those that have really, and I mean, we're seeing those that were already in artificial intelligence. And then now we see this whole new wave of people that are in artificial intelligence, which is fine. But we see that. But yeah, I know a lot of people in the XR industry, and they don't have a good handle on artificial intelligence, but they're superior when it comes to XR. How do we bridge that gap between the makers and those that are building an AI, and to be able to help them to influence and inspire to be able to have greater storytelling, if you will?
Yeah, I can say it very briefly. I think we need to drive forward not what is possible with XR, but why it's possible with XR. If we can do that more often, then we'll be able to get more innovative experiences with XR versus we can add in this new dimension of feeling into it. It's like, why do we need to add that dimension of feeling? Why is XR the solution to this challenge or this experience? We need to drive that why.
I can appreciate that. I think it speaks to the idea of something that many, and not only myself, but others have expressed, that in some respects that technologists are need to become educators of the very things that we innovate and build so that we can share it with all. I know that we want to be able to enter into market and have successful activity, especially for those that are entrepreneurial side. And I would submit in a bifurcated fashion, those that are in corporate and even public sector that use this technology. But I just really feel like we're in a desperate situation to teach as many people as we can on the human level of what this technology means, as opposed to leaving it to the vestiges of machine. But with that said, Luke, I know that you're an endeavor of education when it comes to XR and immersive technologies, that you have really set much of your career path these days, contemporary time, to education and more, and understanding and going really into the deep-seated trenches of what this applied science means to us. What do your eyes see? What have you come to know and understand thus far on this journey path? Let's just say for the year of 2026, because technology has been exponential, rather, has it not?
Yeah, absolutely. It kind of feels like it's only going one direction, right? I think as with every industry, we've had our ups and downs, and XR's certainly probably been catastrophized in that sense as well. But in education, you can see the school leaders. They all are very much so aware of this technology. I think they've been aware of it for the past 5, probably up to 10 years. What they're trying to get out is, where can they see that real use case that add enough value for them to have to retrain all of their teachers to be able to use this technology. And I think we're getting to that point. I think as AI accelerates, we're getting there faster and faster. But what we need to be able to do is to reduce the friction whilst trying to integrate the technology. I think whilst we're implementing into, let's say, a school, and there are 20 devices, we'll have 13 of those devices that work, and then 7 of those devices that don't seem to auto update, or that we have struggles with to actually try and build out a fluid momentum of using the tech. And I think that's the problem of where we are right now and of where we need to get to.
That's very powerful, and thank you, Luke. And we'll return back to you in just a moment. Tim and Matt, you're right around the corner. But Russell, Luke just said something that's very powerful, even in the sense of updating, even in the sense of the persistent nature of these models, of these headsets, of these platforms that are introduced and then suddenly taken away. We just saw, and we're seeing tremendous blowback with the new spectacles that Snap has just announced last week. It feels like 2 bowling balls on the side of your head with these glasses, and people have a lot to say about it. But I certainly do salute their effort in attempting to be able to build something for this industry. But we've seen so many different platforms. I know in my time thus far, and Tim, I know you could speak to it greatly, that we've seen a lot of different crews and teams come to the scene, arrive, and extract. But at the same time, we see corporations put out really incredible gear, only to what happened to the HoloLens. So there's a lot of things that we could talk about when it comes to hardware. But it seems to me that, Russell, with the work that you're doing in trust really speaks to what Luke is talking about. How do we trust these platforms to be able to be with us for the long haul, to be able to have administered simple updates, and to be able to, in iterative scale or a new deployment of hardware, to know that if we're building and basing our whole entire workforce, even in a vertical specific, thin vertical or wide, that we know that there's continuity that's backing up in at least a 5 to 10 year commitment lifeline. How do we start to look at that, especially with the way that we're integrating AI into our productive tools and assets?
Hello, there we go. Sorry about that. For some reason, my microphone wasn't working. But no, I agree with you, Christopher. Like, when it comes to trust in particular, it has to start from the hardware, but all the way to the AI models themselves, and even when it comes to the software level of the AI, AR, XR, and VR. When it comes to within the glasses itself. You want to be able to verify and trust within the lenses themselves what is real and what isn't, and what is like a digital avatar, and what is an actual real avatar when you go into different virtual worlds and stuff. But at the same time, when it comes to the hardware level, you also want to make sure that you have your own sovereignty when it comes to the hardware itself, as in being able to keep your own data on your own hardware and on your own glasses, right? That's not interconnected and uploaded, so to speak, into the cloud. Now, are there going to be use cases where that might be needed? Sure. If you're going to play an online game, like how Tim was saying, about playing online games and stuff like that, there's going to be uses and stuff for those sort of scenarios. But when it comes to just purely, when we're talking about trust, privacy, autonomy, independence, sovereignty, etc., you need to have your own devices in order to do that. And, I think, Meta, are kind of maybe leading the way, so to speak, right now with Ray-Bans. I know they're not the best. They're okay. But I think they're heading in the right direction in terms of bringing the mass adoption for that, so to speak. And then people can start switching from mobiles to that, right? I'll be wearing a pair of Matt's glasses, for example, and, be talking to him and go, hey, Matt, how you doing inside the glasses? So, but again, when we're talking about trust, though, it is about sovereignty. It is about having your own independence, but also having your own verification layer or your own context window into the world, so to speak. Might even be your own personal agent that you have yourself, for example, that might act on your behalf as your personal agent within inside your glasses. So there's a few different things there, Christopher. But to the point is, I would say the underlying factor is sovereignty and having your own data on your own hardware. That's
sure. Thank you, Russell, for sharing that. We'll be back to you in just a moment. But Russell's bringing up something I think that's poignant. And when it comes to the work that you've been doing for many, many years, as someone that's been engaged in developing literal hardware, I've seen you do it with your team at ModTech Labs and the things that you build. Sovereignty is a really big deal right now when it comes to AI models, when it comes to multi-headed agentic systems and the whole ecosystem of AI. Jensen Huang and NVIDIA, our friends over here next door, they're doing really well right now in the distribution deployment of these GPUs. Saying that to say, as Russell's talking about ownership of our hardware to be able to mitigate what Luke is expressing, waiting for another update, how possible, Tim, I am interested in knowing and understanding this. How possible is it for someone to have their own sovereign ownership of their own XR gear, both hardware and software? Is that feasible now more than ever in democratized access, or do we still have a ways to go, Tim?
On the consumer side, we have a very long ways to go. And I think that just has to do with how our update cycles are currently running. Because it is every 2 years, and the fact that nobody's wanting to put open kits out there, that's the part. And we've seen it happen a number of different times. But I think if we jump back a little bit, because what corporations have done is they've done that. They are not necessarily as interested as they had been a couple of years ago to go ahead and focus on things like HMDs. But if we talk about XR as a broader term, and we're talking about things like digital twins, and you're talking about being able to go ahead and do that, corporations, especially manufacturing, education that is feeding into manufacturing, we're seeing them push that government sector as well, where they're doing a lot more immersive experiences, as well as being able to go ahead and see what's happening on the shop floor. Some major movements that have been happening in the government space have been changes in regulations, and also in things like provenance, data ownership, and things like that. So the government has pushed every manufacturer, or almost every manufacturer, to be what is considered critical infrastructure. So with them being able to do that, or having to do that, that means that they have to focus on everything that they have on their shop floor to have data ownership, to have that continuing down through everything from when the order comes in to when it goes out. And you have to think this is an industry where 90% of them are literally pushing paper from one station to the next station to the next station. And so a lot of that is very rife for them to go ahead and focus on these XR showcases. And the big positive with this is you get the ideas of Gaussian splats. You get a lot of this advanced technologies that are really good applications in the digital twin space. They can then be matured in the way that we need. The big problem with the consumer market is until corporate adoption happens, the consumer market really only feeds, 10% of what actually really needs to be out there money-wise. The big money comes from corporations. So when these corporations then feed back in this technology and it creates this circle, that's when then we can start seeing it trickle down and trickle back up again, so that it ends up continuing to feed. So on a consumer market, I see probably 5 to 7 years, because we still need the big boom to happen and somebody go, oh, wow, this is really amazing, just to purchase the headsets. Sure. Then it's got to go back up to the corporate side. Then it's got to come all the way back down for it to be commercially viable as that feeds around. On the commercial side, everybody is going to have to own their own. And I definitely see, because that sovereignty has to happen in the government and in the manufacturing space, those groups are going to have to, whether you want to or not, create a solution. And XR is a rife and really amazing style of technology that then can feed this group that is legacy. They're also having people that are retiring at a massive rate. So they need to bring in new blood. And so those two feed together really quickly to go ahead and say, okay, let's bring in all this XR technology to go ahead and help this forward movement with, of course, a ton of AI that sits on top to help feed out those sections.
Thank you for sharing that, Tim, and we'll be back to you in just a moment. I do want to address something I think that's important. It respects to Gaussian splat and nerves, but thank you for that breakdown and understanding the relatability when it comes to public sector and private sector, and where we find ourselves even, or where we don't find ourselves even, on the consumer track. And I certainly want to be able to lean into the intelligent layer briefly as well. Matt will be with you in just a moment, Luke as well, Ellie. But first, I want to be able to acknowledge Charlene Nichols is someone that is with the Omniverse City. She's been with us for a good long time, and we're so happy to be able to see you, Charlene. We're just going to jump into it, and folks will know who you are. You could briefly let folks know who you are, what you're doing, but I want to be able to lean my next question into you, because I think you're ready to run with us on this fast train.
Thank you. And thank you so much for being so understanding. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Certainly, Charlene, for sure. We talk about ownership. We talk about, as Russell just brought up, sovereignty, because Luke has brought to our attention that there's not as much reliability when it comes to the hardware and the software experiences of XR, and some are here tonight and gone tomorrow. For whatever reason, the half-life certainly isn't generous. But Charlene, I think about it from your perspective, you have endeavored to be able to build out an expansive virtual world. And I think for you, according to the technology, the opportunity will only become more richer. And in a lot of ways, you are a walking, living repository of information, of use cases for virtual world. I want you to tell us briefly, what is the meaning and the power of sovereignty and ownership right now in this XR space 2026?
Well, first of all, thank you so much. And to me, it boils down to the source of truth. And in these particular situations, the source of truth is your imagination. So normally with the source of truth, there's something very finite that you can draw back to. But in an imagination, in most cases, you don't even know what it is until you see it in front of you. I actually created this kind of manifesto about how our imaginations, for the first time, we're able to make like really visible. I just came back from AWE. I got to see during the Augie Awards the passing of the torch from like early stage augmented reality. Remember, I'm a newcomer to the XR space. I've been enjoying gaming and extended reality and virtual reality my entire life. I've owned every device that's ever been created as a consumer. I entered this space on accident. I was trying to solve a real problem, and I couldn't solve it any other way. So I had to solve it with technology. And I think that's what makes me very different, is I started my journey tech agnostic. I broke every rule that everyone told me not to break. I did not make my system VR compatible. I'm still to this day like, what's wrong with you, right? I did not use Unity. I used pixel streaming with Unreal Engine. I did not play towards the use cases that were there at the time. I helped people like Dr. Sedella Grant, who's with me to this day, almost 5 years in, and she is not a VR or XR native, building telemedicine systems that she's now using for fundraising initiatives. People like Bruce Carnahan, his number one use case, he wanted to preserve his legacy. Like, I mean, these are really human use cases. And I think as technologists, we really owe ourselves justice to take a step back. And justice was not the right word, but we owe it to ourselves to take a step back and really ask ourselves, who's using this? Why are they using it? And don't continue to visualize the people that are around you, because there's a lot of people out there that you haven't met yet that don't even know that they need these sorts of experiences. Unfortunately, and I'm sorry to say this, there's very big companies that have really robbed us of the future of what XR could have been, but in a way that's kind of good, because they never got to go mass market and kind of poison the world with what that's just not what it is. Like, there's creators out there that unfortunately have been robbed of platforms that did not allow them to bring their beautiful visions to market. Look at Spatial, look at Ready Player Me. I put them in that category. Look at all these great vehicles that allowed creators, who are the ones who made the platforms, to express themselves. And they don't yet have a place to continue that. That's going to happen. Like, those stories are going to get to the world. They're going to get there eventually. And they're going to get there without the usual massaging of platforms, like for what social media did, even what movies did. Like, we're in a creator direct economy, and we're the vehicle to make that happen. And we just have to keep fighting for that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Charlene, thank you for sharing that. And I just find that so powerful that you were able to join us a little bit late, but how apropos are your remarks? And we'll be back to you in just a moment. It certainly is apropos to what Ellie has expressed to us, for example, of storytelling, and XR needs to tell a better story. And my goodness gracious, there are so many content creators in this space, as Tim and I know, and Matt, you certainly do know, that there's been so many different content creators, crews, and teams that have went out to this endeavor to tell great stories. And we've seen a few, but nevertheless, alas, they were dependent on a system that no longer supports them. And the reality is, it goes back to what Luke has expressed in terms of the continuity of longevity of innovation, and it certainly touches on trust. Can we trust this? Can we trust this platform that will stay with us? And will it sojourn with us and scale with us? And I think it justifies in so many means the work, Tim, that you've been doing for years when it comes to building your own and building for other people, and having the know-how, the ineptitude, and really the gall to even take that step, because we've been in such a consumer world of products that are just so turnkey and easy for us to be able to take, Matthew. But those products do not stay with us. We see it, and we've experienced it, and we've seen such a dark side of it. So, Charlene, I think your criticism was appropriate when it comes to the corporations that we're sitting here dealing with. We inspire them to do even better. But Matt, from your perspective, your lens, because you have a considerable amount of experience in enterprise and development and build, and you have a very unusual use case experience history with building and innovating and leading and working with other different people in this space. What is the silver lining here when we look at XR innovation in contemporary time? And what are some of the real challenges when it comes to the half-life of a product, or when it comes to artificial intelligence?
Well, I think, I'm maybe a little less interested in the creativity side of it and more interested in continuity and communication. So the way we end up using, at least within my company, a lot of times XR ends up being that it bridges a gap, right? Either people can't get to a product, or they can't do a training, and they can all get together in the same space. And what I kind of have seen over the past several years is that the secret sauce is actually people. It's having trainers who adapt to VR and then can invite people in and have these fantastic synchronous sessions. And I do think that gets missed a lot. And I do think, like, that can be streamlined through AI. We can have very complex tasks that are solved a whole lot faster, especially when you take, like, my source of truth is maybe a little bit different. It's oftentimes like the product data, right? The CAD data is my source of truth a lot of times, to be able to then communicate that in a technical way to people. And I think AI is making that much simpler now than it had been before, especially within game engines, right? And I am very interested to see what that evolution is going to look like over the next couple of years. I don't know if that answers the question directly.
No, it does, but it leads into something else I have to ask, because it's very interesting. You talk about user data and CAD data in terms of development and implementation. With that said, Matt, let's kind of take this roundtable and audience, and wow, we see all of you at GatherVerse.live. They're certainly engaged in our various social streams that we have as well. Matt, let's kind of take this on a high level thinking for a moment.
Sure.
We see a part of what we're looking at, and thank you for your candidness, that there is a side of content creation that I know Charlene's a huge advocate for, and I've known that for a long time. And there's entrepreneurs in virtual world discovery development, and there's a need to tell stories and to be able to share with one another's, and to be able to have people to understand the why, as it's been expressed at this roundtable already. But Matt, you're one of the very few, I would say, operators, and being able to be in operations where CAD has been of immense value. There was a time where we talked about CAD and its possibilities, but now we're on the other side of that, where we've seen the possibilities of what that can be. certainly for enterprise. And as Tim's talking about public sector, we know how big this is, and as far as XR has been for, let's say, defense, if you will, and more. With that said, I have to ask, when it comes to agent systems and the more intelligent they become, if you will, what impact will that have on the built environment? Because I don't think that people really have an appreciation for CAD and for this is almost like with the considerations. I know that I have expressed to people briefly that we don't use the metaverse to stow away or hide away from the world, but we use the metaverse, we use XR to help build the tangible world and expand upon that more in immense and incredible ways. Are you seeing the capability yet for agents to be able to help build yet the built-in environment because they've been introduced into CAD and to be able to be introduced into XR installation and development? Are we starting to see this relationship come together between human and machine endeavor?
Not yet. It's going to take a little time. I mean, even when we talk about, the CAD systems are really what define a lot of our products, but they're built in very different ways. I mean, we have many different businesses across my company, and the way that the structures are set up, even the coordinate systems are very different from business to business. So first we need to standardize that. And then what I'm looking forward to is the time when like that hierarchy can be understood through an AI agent. And you could ask a question about a very particular something, like it could be, asking about a seawater filter on an engine that's part of a yacht that you're trying to service, right? That would be amazing. We're pushing towards that. And we've already taken some first steps, but that's really where I see this going in the next couple of years. That complexity of the CAD is that much easier to understand by pretty much everybody across the organization.
Yeah, the granularity of design at iterative scale is quite fascinating. And why that may not be the most popular subject to talk about in XR, I see the immense magnitude. And thank you for sharing that with us. Because in the day that that does happen and agent systems are to arrive in that particular space of scale and build, I think it's going to change a lot of what we understand about the own devices and everything that we see. And I feel in some way, Matt, and we'll come to you, Ellie, now, in some ways that what we see with homes and houses and cars, I'm here in Silicon Valley, I see more autonomous systems driving on the road than I do just as much as humans now with Waymo and other different types of platforms. But even with that said, I feel like we're infinitesimal compared to that which could be. And maybe that's just the inner sci-fi fan in all of us. But Ellie, as we sit here and think about what Matt has expressed to us, and Luke, we're coming around the corner, Russell as well, Tim and Charlene, I sit here and think about this, Ellie. Matt said, not yet. We're not here. And I sit here and think about circling back to education. How do we get more people in the XR bridge this space and to be able to inspire them to become educators, to teach what this technology is so that they can go to the Anthropics of the world. They can go to the OpenAI platforms of the world. They can go to the makers of AI. Russell and I have been in a study that there's over 1,900,000 models in the world, and we've been studying that for almost 2 years now. And we're seeing that there's so many different people that have built incredible systems. If they only knew what XR does and can mean to society and to civilization, I sit here and I wonder, Ellie, I wonder what that could look like. I wonder what that could be like. I wonder if they knew the endeavor that Charlene has talked about with content creators. I wonder, how do we be able to have people become educators? Do we convince them? Do we inspire them? Which bridge and path do we show them this way in the forest?
Yeah, it starts with education access, and that also includes for educators and for their students. I mean, the work that Luke is doing right now is the pinnacle of what I'm trying to express. A lot of what I do is getting people off the ground and foundation. So, for example, here in the US, there's a lot of intro to computer literacy classes, but they're held on Zoom. So if you don't know how to get onto Zoom, you cannot take the intro to computer literacy class. And that's the gap that I'm filling. So I'm starting all the way from the back while continuing to do advanced theory and ethics research at the same time. But we need those people in between who have those science communication skills, who are able to reach out to teachers, who are able to make the technology physically more accessible in terms of HMDs and various XR devices, but also who are able to back open source projects. If we're able to have those people every step of the way and we're able to support them, the education is going to come along the way because the curiosity is there, but the door seems so incredibly hard to open.
Sure. And thank you for sharing that. And shout out to the open source community. I know that's a big subject that's been just broken open in the past 2 weeks with the dismissal and the removal of Fable from the AI environment and the impact. I saw Fable be able to build virtual installations, and this is Mythos derived from Anthropic, but I saw an AI platform for, in this capacity, one shot, build out whole entire virtual settings that would have taken some crews 6 months to a year to build. And I find that just incredible. And at some point, we have to realize that the AI that we're dealing with tonight will be completely unfamiliar in December. And so there is a need to be able to have education, but at the same time, a huge need, because now that we know models can come and go, be taken away, open source undoubtedly is the way moving forward. But I want to touch on this, Luke, and I want to keep it within the same vein for the moment with education. And then Russell will be to you, and then Tim as well, and more, and for with you, Charlene, with the about 10 minutes we have here left. Why? That's been brought up, the why. Have you found the need to find the reset button, Luke, to be able to move and help move this industry forward? You've become yet a student again, but students become teachers. You're taking a look at the whole system. You're looking at the ethnography of this immersive space, and you're taking an observable view. I find that fascinating for so many reasons, because there are many that can't afford to stop because they must continue to innovate forward given their commitment. Why? Why have you taken this path where there's so many other different paths, knowing the tools available to us? Why have you taken this path when it comes to education?
Yeah, I think it's threefold. Starting with personal reasons, I think the education system could do so much better. I think it's in a state right now where it's been unchanged for over 100 years, right? It's still that traditional chalkboard mechanism of one teacher at the front of the class with 20 students. And how are we expecting to personalize our learning and our teaching for each of those students? It's not possible when 20 students don't, unfortunately, learn in the same way, right? So I think there needs to be change, and there will be change. I think we're at that point now where everyone is on the same boat of it's not good enough, and what are we going to do? I think now with AI coming in, with XR getting to the point where it's now not necessarily a nice to have, but I would also say it's stuck in between the nice to have and the must have. It's getting to that point, right? I think I saw a fantastic use case of XR in education. I'm someone who does learn visually. I'm someone who likes to break complex problems down by trying to write them out, to draw them on a page. And XR gives you a fantastic way of doing that through an immersive environment. I think if I look at the future, and I don't want to sort of catastrophize to where Elon Musk says we're all going to have universal credit in 20 years and chuck away your pensions because you won't need them. But I do believe, obviously, the AI is going to start making more and more of our decisions. So what in 10, 20, 50 years becomes the most important industry? It's knowledge, it's education, it's our future. And that's education. I think as these industries have less of a cash flow where AI is dominating them, where will that cash then flow into? And I think education could be a massive part for it.
Sure.
I think we're a little way away from it. Where I say we're stuck in between the transition of nice to have to must have, I think we're currently a fantastic toolkit for teachers, but is it worth it for the training and the total embarkment costs? Probably not yet, but is it going to get there? And would I like to think it's inevitable? For sure.
You talk about change, Luke. What change are you referring to? You said that's needed. What change are you specifically, from your lens, that you endeavor to see, or aspire to see, rather?
It's adaptive learning, more personalized learning. I think XR is a fantastic way to have an AI tutor. It allows for that interface. I think change, it's fundamental change. I think there's change in the toolkit that we're using, and that's where XR comes into play. But then there's also change in what we're teaching. Do we need to teach a brilliant artist how to do quadratic equations? Probably not so much anymore, right? I think people are going to specialize down where their personalities and characteristics lie. I don't think being a generalist is as important as it once was, or the ability to show understanding and knowledge in various domains, where before that was important to get a job. I think now, as the era of builders comes in, specialization is going to be more important.
I do agree with that, and thank you for sharing that, Luke. Russell will be with you in just a moment. Tim, I do want to jump on this. We're looking at Gaussian splat. Most even there's many in XR that have no idea what that means. We're looking at nerfs, and we're looking at other different form functions and factors of design. I think it's apropos to bring this up now because we're dealing with something that none of us have ever seen in this capacity of these gening threes, of these diffusion models, of the way that we're looking at design being manifested as it will. I want you to briefly share with us, why are Gaussian splats so important? And audience, this is a learning moment for all of us. This does go in an endeavor of education thematically of what we're talking about. Why is it so important? What's its use? And what does that mean for the future of visual intelligence?
Sure. So to give a lowdown very quickly on what Gaussian splats are, it is a bunch of little disks that can show a very realistic environment very simply. It's very light to render. It can actually get down to a very micro detail, is something that we were never able to do even with the highest resolution of scanners. So if you're talking about laser scanners all the way down, you couldn't get the width of a human hair. That was an impossibility. But Gaussian splats allowed this to happen. So you could take what was the real world environment, and then you can make it to where it's something that then can be utilized in a 3D. So it is your original 3D scanning kind of technology all the way to the nth degree. Nerfs are kind of like that, but they are a fully AI and machine learning created world that exists. And so the coolest thing about that is, as those technologies continue to mature, this will end up creating an ability that we never had before. Things like CAD files, once they're lost, or maybe you have an older device or something like that, how do you go ahead and bring those assets into the digital world? And so as things are continuing to move, and we're talking about, we've got to recreate our entire world. Just look around you. Everybody, look on your desk. Look at the thing. I'm seeing 50,000 little bitty objects. How do we build all of those things? The first thing we have to do is, especially if we're going into diffusionary models, or we're going into these 3D created models that can generate these assets, you know, say a little character that's sitting in front of me, is we have to train them. And so then we have to go ahead and digitize the world to train these machine learning models, so then they can recreate the digital things that we need. But that first step has to start with something that's very simple to do. And Gaussian splats allow for that. You can do 1/10 of the amount of photos. I can give it to an intern who's never done 3D scanning before, and they can create really beautiful assets. So that was the aha point of being able to create what is the 3D AI world that will then feed back into our metaverse XR environment. So it's a nice cycle that feeds itself forward.
How does this virtual layer of Gaussian splat and nerfs impact the material layer of life?
Well, I mean, without the ability for us to extend ourselves into an XR world, we cannot free ourselves from what is the mortal binds that we have in front of us. And to look at what happened when we started allowing this interconnectivity, right? We have in front of us this conversation I'm having with you. You are across the world. Now, if we could go ahead and do that in a 3D, you know, let's say, you know, holodeck style simulation and world like that, I think the biggest thing that we can look at ourselves is we can allow experiences for individuals that never would have had those chances. And if we can do this on a cheap and easy to utilize scale, then we can start breaking down barriers that exist in this world. Whether you're talking about psychological, mental, or physical, you start allowing, and we can go into the world of people of limited mobility, limited capabilities in that world. We actually did some some papers on that through CTA, the consumer technology, the people who run CES. If we can create a world where there is an evening, then let's be honest, we can create a world that everybody can try to figure out a way to enjoy. That's my whole bit on that.
I agree with that. And if the world can come together for World Cup, we surely can come together for Gaussians.
Exactly. 100%.
So, shout out to those that are watching World Cup and GatherVerse at the same time. Your dedication knows no limits. Charlene, with the brief moments that we have left together, I want to ask you something, because I want to be able to take this home, if you will. We've heard from Luke about the real need for education. We just were demonstrating and benefited from Tim educating us and giving us a better understanding of Gaussian. We were able to hear from Matt talking about the incredible things that are happening and not happening, but if they were to happen, the incredible outcomes that could happen at an iterative and really a massive scale, for example, with CAD, and thinking about that nature of agents. There's very few people that can actually have that conversation that have worked in that space. And we're certainly happy that Matt shared that with us. And then with Ellie talking about the why, talking about the need for greater storytelling before you showed up, Charlene, and then with sovereignty and ownership of trust that Russell has expressed, and him and I will be talking post here roundtable here in just some minutes together on stage. But Charlene, I want to bring this home because I admire your work, and I have for a good long time, and many of us at GatherVerse have. That's real. That's just blowing smoke. Yeah. But Charlene, you talked about the content creators. You talked about that community. You talked about those that are going to inherit Tim's considerations of how we use these very powerful tools that are with us, that are in the hands for some of the very first time. But you saw a need as to an opportunity, and I believe that you've seen the why. Why is it important for us to support our content creator community? Why is it important that the virtual worlds can exist? What are the benefits, the real salient benefits? If you could just give us a minute of that, just a minute of the penultimate of that, we'll be thankful.
So I just want to reflect back to a question you had up earlier, and I'll try to tie the two together because I just think it's so important. The question was something about how does XR help us to adapt to human intent? And I think the opportunity is rather to stimulate human intent, because I don't think a lot of people, when they get into these worlds, whether they stumble into a virtual world or they intentionally go there because they're just curious, I don't think I know for a fact, because I speak to a lot of people come into these worlds that have never thought about why would I be in a world like this before. They don't have an intention, but if they could, there would be a million and one reasons why they would be there. And I think that we have to make these worlds more relatable to a lot of different people. There isn't a universal law of relativity when it comes to seeing something that's in somebody else's imagination and them sharing that reality with another human. Think about how human that is. I'm creating a space that was in my head that I'm now manifesting with whatever technology I might have. It could be a Gaussian spot. It could be 3D modeling. It could be AI made it, like whatever that might be. Like I'm still taking that idea and I'm creating it in some way visually. And if I'm really good, I'm creating a great networking infrastructure. So or somebody else created that great networking infrastructure. So we can share that moment with us. That's a shared reality because we're each taking a little bit of that back with us into our real worlds. Let's not forget the connectivity of the virtual world and the extended reality worlds to the real world exists because those memories stay with us. Those experiences stay with us, and they really do influence our lives going forward. So I wish I could say so much more, but I think it's just about understanding that we are living in zillions of different realities right now that we sometimes get lucky enough to merge. And that creates, I guess that is the very nature of quantum physics, right? This idea that we can kind of pierce the veil, open up that reality and share it. We're all Marty McFly at the end of the day, sharing our like experience with the future with somebody who can't even understand that like, the 60s is going to reveal the future. Like we're all living in a different dimension of that. We're all like manifesting something, visualizing something beyond what we have now, and then trying to influence the people with us to understand like the gravity of the moment we're in.
Thank you, Charlene, and thank you for sharing your perspective on that. There certainly is experience, if you will, to back this up. I want to say thank you to Charlene, Matt, Luke, Tim, and Ellie and Russell for being able to share in this brief moment that we have. As quick as it comes, as quick as it goes. I will end off on saying this is something that I learned under a long time ago under my mentor, Dr. Tom Furness, who many of us know was an XR pioneer, if you will. We certainly do appreciate the eldership in this space. But he said, when I have the ability to take into the minds and the imagination of a child and to give her or him the opportunity to expand from their minds a virtual world that I can step and walk into and I can experience as a human or as a butterfly, or perhaps as a tree, then we have come quite a long way. I think about what you had just said, Charlene. I think about storytelling. I think about the need for education. I think about the need of the machine and human relationship, Matt. And Tim, I think about the need for sovereign identity and autonomy and having a better sense of understanding these very powerful tools that we find ourselves with today. And there has to be a profound sense of trust. Thank you all for being able to join us on this next era of XR Intelligence. Audience, go follow these leaders, these thinkers, these doers. I have real deep and profound regard for each of them and the work that they endeavor to do. We hope that we see you again at GatherVerse. Today our gather was well, and on the next time that we're able to meet, may our gather be well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And as we prepare for the next roundtable discussion, we have a bit of intermission here with Russell and myself as he prepares, and all the people that are joining us now, coming from the heels of this incredible roundtable discussion we just had, which is so present and appropriate for what we see happening today, contemporary our time, and XR endeavor here in the virtual layer of what we're innovating. Russell, I sit here and think about it as we prepare for your next roundtable discussion. That's coming under a banner of prompt-built worlds, visual artificial intelligence, and the new virtual layer. We talk about trust with an unmuted mic, Russell. We talk about trust, and we talk about the need for sovereignty. I do want to lean in a little bit further before we go into your roundtable discussion to talk about this need for sovereignty and why is this so important at this intersection of AI innovative scale. And when we talk about ownership, and moreover, verifiable investments. People are investing tremendously right now, and a lot of what they're investing in is unverified, and a lot of it can be inconsistent, including that which we look at AI models and development. I suspect this for reasons and more that NVIDIA is doing so well financially. They're doing a great job and helping people to have greater access to ownership to technology than we've ever seen before. What are we seeing when it comes to trust? And what are we seeing when it comes to sovereign identity and ownership?
I mean, I think we have to start, with the individual and the organization, right? Because, when it comes to trust and when it comes to verification, it's very complicated, right? It's very multifaceted in kind of what I'm getting at, right? In order for you to have a unified layer, right, when it comes to sovereignty, when it comes to autonomy, when it comes to trust, when it comes to verification, all these are key components in order for you to for individual or an organization to allow, as in being able to verify these different models and what they're using, or when it comes to as we XR, the layer and that sits on top and what I'm seeing, right? I want to be able to verify what is real, what isn't, right? Or very simple terms, I want to know that if it's the correct information or the wrong information, right? We talk about source of truth, but that's very nuanced because that's depending on who you are as an individual person or even like your own company's data, etc. So when it comes to sovereignty, when it comes to trust, when it comes to verification, in very simple terms, we have to start with verifying what is real, what isn't, what's the correct information, what isn't, what is that I want, right, in a nutshell, right? What is the verifiability factor in how I know the difference between what is correct and what is wrong, right, in a nutshell, okay? Then when we're talking about trust, right, based upon what is verified, that could be based upon my values, that could be based upon my principles, that could be based upon, what I, personally want as like in the behavior of my model, whatever it may be, right? Based upon that, I can then say, okay, well, I can trust this model because it's been consistent in A, B, C, and D. So let's say one of the values is integrity, right? Well, because it's been behaving with integrity, right? And let's say it's my own personal agent that's like own context into the world, so to speak, and it's communicating with other agents, I know that this AI agent is on my side and is my own personal agent that's with me, right? So I said all that to say is going back to the question, why is sovereignty so important? A, because you own your own data, you own your own personal stuff, etc. Right? That's extremely important as we go into this world. B, if you give away your data, guess what? The AI companies, the vendors, etc., are going to say, thank you very much for your data. We're going to train it on our model, X, Y, and Z. We can maybe even give you some personalized ads based upon your data, whatever it may be, right?
Sure.
But also C, when it comes to autonomy, when it comes to your own control, when it comes to what you want as an individual, in terms of me owning a device, a hardware, etc., that's going to become even more important because if let's say I'm using Nematron 3 on my computer, that's still connected to NVIDIA. And a lot of people forget that part. Nematron might be an open source model, but if you actually look behind the scenes, they don't have a zero data retention. All of that data is going, well, thank you very much for using our free model. By the way, we're taking all your data and train it on NVIDIA. So thank you very much for that. So this is why the ownership and everything is so important. And why, when we talk about trust, how can you trust NVIDIA if you know secretly they're taking all your data, but they don't even tell you?
And some people are fine with that quid pro, aren't they? We've been fine with it for a good long time. Free Gmail, instead of paying for that Hotmail, you want some free Gmail? Fine. Give us your data. We'll give you free access. You want a little bit of WhatsApp in your life? Give us your data. We'll give you access. I sit here and think about sovereignty in the sense of when you talk about what's verified and verification, we're heading into a new space, especially in the visual intelligent layer where that tree could be looking at me. That tree can communicate with me. This human who I think that I'm talking to because it's backed by Nematron 3.0 or 350 or 250B, and it has linear time complexity that's integrated on the layer of Omniverse that's owned by NVIDIA, if you will, which is an extraordinary technology, but yet it's still owned by them. And I don't know if I'm now dealing with the human in this immersive installation or if I'm dealing with something that's synthetic. Why is this important? Well, some people say, well, Chris, I have little desire to go into a virtual world, but you do have a desire to go on Zoom from time to time. And you do have a desire to be able to go on FaceTime on your iPhone. And the reality is that call that you get may not be the familiar face and the voice because of parametric or concatenate synthesis, and the visualization you may think is your son, you may think is your partner, and it could be something completely synthetic. Because the capability of these models and the capability of visual intelligence is so compelling that we're now at the point where we cannot tell the difference between human eye resolution scale of synthetic and non-synthetic. It's no longer done. That ship has sailed. We did not think that we would even see this in the next 5 years, let alone the next 10 years. And in fact, the majority of the world is ill prepared for that which is to come when it comes to these powerful models behind human visualization. So when we think about trust, we think about verification, we think about sovereignty. Might it be best for us to build our own systems to bring them into our worlds, that which we have developed, that which we own, and that which we innovate, to have more of a safer and really more cautious experience, Russell?
I want to jump in because right now you hear in the AI space at this moment in time that because of the agentic and autonomous systems that we have right now, a lot of people are speaking, and this is what's currently going on the market right now. People talk about access, right? People talk about control. What can these agents control? What can they do? What tools can they control? Can I control as many tools as I like? What can I freely just pay on your behalf on the internet and go and buy anything that I want from an e-commerce store, for example?
Sure.
Like we talk about access, control, etc. Well, if you want to have your own control and your own access of these different AI systems, right, then you need your own sovereignty, you need your own control over that. That comes down to, again, owning your own hardware, right? So that's kind of one point.
Wait. But with that said, but that's important because we are giving access. Most people that are operating in vibe coding, CLI, IDE, and command line interface integrated development environment, they are giving whole entire access to their whole
They're just like,
systems.
do it.
You have perplexities that says, hey, may we have access? May our new computer platform, our agentic Hive Swarm, have access to your whole entire systems and your folders? Why, sure, Perplexity, because I'm vibe coding and I'm building. And people say, well, what's vibe code? Well, vibe code is just simply using agentic systems and robotic systems and AI to be able to build the next platform or protocol. And we're giving access to these systems. I'm not saying don't use them. How you use them is important, but we're giving them access to our information, and they are persistent in gathering and accumulating all of that, and not just for training data. Why is that so important? And why is that so a 5-alarm situation that we find ourselves in? Tim Cook just announced 2 weeks ago at WWDC, Apple is getting 1,000 applications submitted to its app store per hour.
Mm-hmm.
Here on GatherVerse, we talked about that there will be 30 to 50,000 new platforms deployed a week in this vibe code, vibe design era. If Apple comes and says that we're shipping 1,000 new applications, or that we're receiving 1,000 new applications to our iOS store per hour, what does that mean for Android? What does that mean for web? What does that mean for the World Wide Web, HTTP IP protocol? I do not think that the World Wide Web was built for this type of payload of this much material coming into its environment. I just don't see it, Russell. I don't see it.
And I'll add something else as well. So C-Dance have recently announced that they're
You have to tell people what we have to get away from this idea, Russell, that people even understand anything as far as what's out there.
Happy to explain.
Too many models deployed in this world for us to appreciate exactly what all of them are. We have to have a little bit of descriptor when we say even something as simple as C-Dance that we've been talking about.
C-Dance is basically one of the top generative video models out at this moment in time. It's actually one of the top ones on the benchmarks as we speak at the moment. And you can prompt it for anything, be able to create any sort of video you want, up to 15 seconds long. And, it has realistic, capabilities, like as I'm talking right now, it could do a 15-second video of me talking right now and wave my hands. And you might not even notice the difference if it's the real version of me talking right now, and also the generative video that's been created. So that is 2.0, by the way. But so C-Dance have recently announced 2.5.
Sure.
And in 2.5, what they've done now is not only can you do, instead of 15-second videos, you can do up to 30 seconds of videos. You can now upload up to 50 different pieces of data. So for example, let's say you wanted to upload 10 pictures of Christopher, 10 pictures of me, 10 pictures of each of the panelists, right? Let's say you do 3 panelists. And you say, right, I want these 3 panelists, myself and Christopher, in this video, all talking around this thing for 30 seconds, having debate about something, for example. You can create an entire 30-second video, clean, one shot, no adjustments, etc. And it will put all the audio on it, put all the video on it, everything on it. Main characters, anything you want, different shots, visuals, etc. Done. So Seedance are getting that good with their video generation now that they are literally getting ahead in the market, so to speak, and even beating what we call Google Omni, which is another model which you may have used within Google's ecosystem, where you can create up to 10-second videos as well on that. And I've tried that. It's very realistic, but Seedance is the leading Chinese model when it comes to video, and now they've not just announced 2.5. They're going to be released in the next 2 weeks.
Sure.
And it's getting that advanced as a video generative model that is they're literally saying that they could mostly turn this even into a world model as well.
And we see Halo and Minimax, and we see Flow, and we see all other different types of diffusion models coming behind that. Why is this important relative to XREvolve? Folks think we're just talking about AI, but Seedance is very much part of XR, and the extension to reality is really ascending these horrible looking avatars, these pixelated avatars that we've been staring at for so long. We're now going into a different direction. I know that Alison Morano is coming up in your roundtable, and she's been a pioneer in the XR space for many years. And I can only imagine with her and other people like Tanya and Dr. Bradshaw and Venetia Lashaw, what they're looking at from their experience of what they've seen versus what they're going to be saying and seeing today, especially when it comes to prompt built worlds. I'm very excited for this next roundtable discussion. Audience, thank you for staying with us. I see so many of you here are with us at GatherVerse.live. There's no hype. It's real. Mayor Gather, be well.
Well, hello and welcome to XREvolve Summit Day 1. We already had a roundtable discussion. We already had a fireside chat with myself and Christopher. And now we have another superb roundtable with amazing panelists on this panel. And I'm very excited to be talking about this roundtable discussion today, but also introducing each of the panelists because I know pretty much each of you here personally, like I said, it's great to see you all again. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some quick introductions. If I can make sure that I tell each of the panelists just to mute your microphones, just so that we can, make sure that we don't, interrupt with someone else speaking or whatever it may be, just so that we can just keep things running smoothly. And we'll go around on the round table. Each of you introduce yourselves up to 30 seconds to a minute long. Just tell people who you are. And also, I would like to hear also why you are here today, because I never really get to ask that question, but I thought I'll mix it up a little bit today and ask that. So, Venita, we'll start with yourself. Then we'll go to Alison, Dr. Bradshaw, and so on and so forth. So, Venita, do you want to kick us off and tell us who you are and why are you here today? If you want to unmute your microphone.
I don't know. I think I think if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind actually doing the reverse and say why I'm here and then introduce myself.
Absolutely.
I'm here to really delve deep into the conversation of XR and AI and to demystify it as a tool and be a part of this wonderful panel of experienced individuals in the same area of expertise and just make people more at ease with this technology in the environments that we're building. Going from the top again, I'm Venetia Lashaw Herring, and I am a creative technologist. I delve into the arena of XR environments, but as you can kind of see behind me, I'm actually in a IRL environment of a creator for museums as well. So I do the gamut of XR environments, animation, comic book publishing, I also own another company outside of Flare Nova Studios of DocuHero. I am in health tech. So if you will, I use both my right and left side of my brain on a daily basis. So today I get to jump into talking about the fun side of what I do daily. And so I look forward to hearing of everybody else's experiences.
Love it. Well, thank you for joining us, Vanita, and what a fantastic introduction. Great way to kick off the roundtable. Alison, please introduce yourself, and also welcome back to GatherVerse as well. Great to see you again.
Hi, I'm always really happy to be here. Can you all hear me okay?
Loud and clear, yeah.
Okay, great. I'm Alison Morano. I am the founder of the Metaverse Chamber of Commerce, which exists in immersive worlds. And I'm also the executive director of the the Immersive Academy of Arts and Sciences, which is pulling together all of the immersive arts out there. I love being here because we always get to delve a little bit into XR, and we always talk about AI, and we are at, I suppose, an inflection point where the two are meeting. And myself and several of the people I work with do this daily. And I'm really looking forward to today's conversation. Thank you for having me back.
Thank you for introduction, Alison, and great to see you again, and great to have you with us. Dr. Bradshaw, we'll head over to you next. Please introduce yourself and also why you're here. And again, always fantastic to see you, Dr. Bradshaw.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Dr. Bradshaw, I'm an academic director of emerging technologies at CSU, and I bring all their AI and metaverse classes and content. I've been using those kind of platforms for a long time, since 2008, actually. So I'm here to learn from each and every one of you, and just can't wait to see what happens next.
You're very humble today, Dr. Bradshaw. Normally you're like, yeah, I'm this. I love it. Well, it's great to have you with us, Dr. Bradshaw. Tanya Kellen, please introduce yourself also. And great to have you with us as well, Tanya.
Oh, hello, everyone. It's so great to be here. Thank you for your wonderful moderating, and it's always a pleasure. I'm founder and CEO of Kellen Content. We've been primarily in film and television for over 25 years in distribution, licensing, and we got into AI, XR, innovation back in 2017. And we are not a traditional production company. We are a media company with a venture studio. We like to call it a creative venture studio, where we support emerging and established creator entrepreneurs who want to work at the nexus of film, television production, generative AI, and immersive XR experiences that also drive live community events and executive education. So we operate at the intersection of media, AI, XR, and we're driving micro-learning summits to teach people how to use human-led AI in their productions and their community gatherings. We're really excited to be here. We really oversee the full cycle of content innovation, from IP strategy, creative development to production, distribution, and commercialization to scale. We work on budgets from as low as $250,000 to $100 million productions with the teams that we are honored to work with. And really excited to be here because we are all here at the new frontier, teaching everyone how to operate ethically with human-led initiatives that really create more jobs for more people and not take them away, with the intelligence layer that we are all building together.
Well, thank you for having with us, Tanya. And Tanya, are those the Meta glasses?
These are my designer glasses that I wish Meta would make into Meta glasses. So maybe we can mention that here.
Well, thank you for sharing, Tanya. Great to have you with us as well, Tanya. Kuldeep, please introduce yourself. Also, welcome to GatherVerse. Great to see you again also.
Yep. Hello, everyone. I'm Kuldeep Singh, and I'm a principal engineer and a global emerging technology leader at ThoughtWorks, which is a pioneer in software development. So I have been setting up incubation centers or center of excellence for AI, XR, IoT, and past couple of years, I've been working in digital twins and IoT kind of system, which is making physical AI and the immersive world together. So I worked with a couple of smart glass companies to building those immersive experiences and customizing operating system for those devices, bringing a 2D application to 3D environment, how it looks like, how it can be rendered, all the gesture detections, everything, how it works, holding a couple of patents. And I'm also author of Exploring the Metaverse book, where it talks about reality and myths, what world understand, what exactly it is, and how AI is the superpower, will be fueling metaverse adoption eventually. So that's what I would like to share in the session and discuss and learn from peers.
And why are you here today, Kuldeep? Like, is that, do you just want to learn from everybody? Do you just want to share your thoughts? Like, can you give us like just the reason? Obviously, why are you a part of GatherVerse today, so to speak?
So that's I just shared that I want to share what I experienced of building this solution on ground. What customers really see, what it means to enterprise, metaverse, what solution worked, what may not work, and how now this AI introduction which is coming, what is the hype, how much is reality on the ground, because we have been building solutions for decades for the customer. And
well, thank you very much for joining us. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Kuldeep. And also, you should speak to Tanya then, because you could then design Tanya's glasses into the new VR glasses, since you've been doing a lot of design on the glasses. So we've got a new, form of a business going on there between yourself and Tanya there.
If you need branded integration, I've got the brands that want to integrate. You did the heavy lifting, so thank you. I would love to help you.
I love this panel. All right, and then last but not least, Sunil, please introduce yourself. Great to see you again, Sunil, and also welcome to GatherVerse again as well.
Yes, hello. Thank you. I'm Sunil Subedar from the Netherlands, founder of Subed Cybersecurity. I'm more from the cyber point of view. More than 34 years in IT I was working, and more than 15 years or more 15 years in the cybersecurity fields. Currently, I'm also working as a freelancer for several government projects in the Netherlands. I'm also busy with AI in combination with cyber. So the integration with cybersecurity and AI from technical field point of view, but also on professional and non-technical point of view. And also interested in more into the ISO certifications, are also now hot topic on any kind of AI related trainings. So just quick and short about me.
Well, thank you very much, Sunil, for joining us, and it's great to have you all with us. So let's get straight into the questions, because we have so much to discuss with so little time. So question one, what are the implications when virtual worlds can now be generated through prompts rather than built manually? So prime example was obviously Genie 3. We've all mostly used it by now. We've already mostly tested it, etc. So Vanita, we'll start with you. What are your thoughts on this question? And please do, kickstart us off on this discussion.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Well, I believe humanity has always told stories around campfires, then through books, then through film, then games. Prompt-based world building feels like literally the next chapter, right? The difference is that now someone can describe a world they imagine and see it come to life in minutes instead of, say years in the industry that we've done pre-AI, right? That's incredibly empowering. But it also means that we have to be intentional about what worlds we're creating in and why. I believe that technology is doing really a democratization of imagination. But as we all are kind of in this space, we know that, every democratization creates responsibility. If everyone can create worlds, then we also have to ask, what are the values that are being embedded in those worlds? What histories are we preserving now? What stories are we actually omitting? Those type of questions become just as important as the technology itself that we're utilizing right now.
I completely agree. And one of the things we talk about is culture, even, culture, different countries, languages, all of that, has to be incorporated into like what you're saying. So completely agree with you, Vanita. And thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And Alison, we're going to head over to you now. What are your thoughts on, what are your thoughts on also what Vanita said, but also the question as well? From your point of view, Alison, because I know you work with the Metaverse Chamber of Commerce, you sit on multiple different boards. I'm sure you work with XR every single day. So from your point of view and lens, what is, I guess, A, answering the question and what Vanita's saying, but also B, from the industry point of view, at the current day, what are they saying too?
First, I want to tell you that these are the Meta display glasses that I've been using for a week now, and I love them more than I can even tell you. And it's not the Meta, it's just the glasses themselves and what they are doing. It's just incredible. And I believe that I cannot wait until we can use them to create worlds, which is coming. But I know that there are downsides, and I know there are implications for the types of worlds, and we must be responsible for what we're creating. But being able to generate a world through AI now is just incredible. And it's opened up for a lot of people who were having trouble. It's hard to create something in a 3D space using code, using code, which a lot of people, we've all become coders in order to create. And now with AI being built into a lot of the different large 3D spatial computing creating tools, Unity, Unreal, Blender, all of that, it's just opened up. And it's just opened up for artists. It's opened up for business owners. It has given an entirely new layer, like we're talking about, to being able to bring what we want to life. And I think it's just an incredible advancement. That's just the first step. So I am one of the people that AI for good, governance, ethics, all of it, and make sure what you're creating is healthy, but keep creating, because the whole thing is just opened up. And like Vanita said, whatever you want to dream about, you can now make. And that's a really, really good thing.
I have a follow-on question for you, Alison. You said you've been using the Meta glasses for a week now. You like what they do, the capabilities of it, but do you actually trust Meta using those glasses?
I don't trust anybody using anything at this point, I suppose. You kind of, like you were saying in the fireplace you just did, that we've been accepting of this for a very long time, and it's incremental, and, it's like fire hose type of thing.
Yeah.
I know that I can't name anyone that I do trust. I am careful. There's a lot of things that are not connected to the glasses. I just came back from AWE 2026, and I was on the ethics. I was a track chair for the ethics and governance panels. And there's a lot of talk about privacy, and there's a lot of different ways that there are just issues you don't see where it's not. I will say, Meta aside, or any creator of the glasses or owner of the data aside, there are external things that we have to, be careful about. There were a ton of medical board panels which talked about HIPAA. We just have to be careful of all of it. I'm a type of person that hope I get lost in the noise. I've always been like that. There's just nothing I can do. It's all, I got Alexa over there, and my phone is right here. What are you going to do? Just know, just be aware of your surroundings and know they're going to use the data. I don't know what to do about that. They're going to use it. So be intentional about what you're allowing it to have as much as possible.
Well, I first of all, I appreciate you being honest, Alison, and second of all, I respect your point of view. I completely get, some people say zero trust at all, right? Just don't trust nothing. So I appreciate you sharing that with us today, and thank you for that. And also, I think you bring up some very good, important points as well, even from the AWE event which you attended too. So thank you very much for sharing. We're going to head over to Dr. Bradshaw now. So Dr. Bradshaw, you've heard what Vanita said, you've heard what Alison said. You even heard mine and Christopher's fireside chat, because I saw you commenting in the YouTube comments. So before we jump into this question, what are your thoughts on everything that has been discussed so far, just from your point of view, because I'm sure you have a lot to say, Dr. Bradshaw?
I totally agree with Allison. I don't trust any of it. So I'm very cautious as to what I get into. And then I like to, as a researcher, I look into it before I even want to dabble with it. So that's just something that I want to do. And I draw the line where, I'm allowing access to me or my data, especially with it being everything that you got to do. Now they're starting to my children won't even play Roblox anymore, because it's like, you have to show your face. You have to let us do it. So when do we put our foot down and say, hey, we don't want to do everything, So I'm just a bit cautious, but I like to use AI for the betterment of our society. And that's why I think it comes in. We need to start thinking in the realms of that, because there's so many technologies and so many new innovations. We have to separate what's good from what's not really good. And that's why I like to pioneer on that and continue to help others do the same.
Completely agree, Dr. Bradshaw. And just following up, with obviously this question now as well, is how is visual AI transforming creativity inside virtual environments? Just from your point of view, Dr. Bradshaw.
I think it's transforming it by allowing, users to use it in a way that's more innovative. Because sometimes, first we were using those environments. Now I went into a metaverse environment, and they actually had a live birth in there. So I was like, wow, seriously?
What?
No, yes. I was actually doing some research with another health. She's a HIT researcher. And she's like, well, we want to use this in healthcare. So, you got to come in here for a live birth. I said, you got to be kidding me. But, see, more things are being done in these particular environments. And I thought it was pretty interesting from what I saw.
I'm definitely shocked. I'm definitely shocked.
But I'm like, really?
I'm definitely shocked. Yes, the use cases. The first use case we're going to do is let's have a live birth.
I'm like, oh, come on, it's more pain than that.
Oh, well, thank you for sharing with us, Dr. Bradshaw. I don't know what it is today, Dr. Bradshaw, but you're hilarious today.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just in a good mood.
I can tell. So Tanya, over to you now. Obviously we've already hooked you up with the design of your glasses and with everything with Cold Deep, so we've got that under the ladder. So, but the question for you, Tanya, is how is visual AI transforming creativity inside virtual environments for your point of view and all the media that you do within your venture studio that you do?
Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful question. And I'm so enjoying the breadth and scope of everyone's experience here. So because we work across film, television, digital worlds, and live events, I think I come at this from a particularly creative and imaginative view. When people talk about AI and how to build prompt worlds and how to build in virtual worlds, I think we're also really mindful here at Kellen Content and with everyone we work with that we're entering one of the most important moments in human history, that we really are responsible for creating better societies, better communities, better humans with what we're building. The real opportunity isn't that AI can generate content faster in a virtual world. It's really the opportunity that AI can help us unlock greater human creativity imagination and collaboration and what we call co-creation at scale that we've never seen before. So at Kellen Content, our creative venture studio is such that we're building at the intersection of co-creation in storytelling, AI, XR, immersive events, education, and we're taking the immersive digital into the live event experience to build what we call the nighttime economy. And we've never been able to have such experiences that also enhance greater human development at any other point in our time. So we take that really responsibly, and we work with entrepreneurs, with educators. We have indigenous communities, multicultural communities, researchers. We're with the leaders in cognitive science who run the Science of Imagination Lab. So we're generating both products and services for intellectual property value to let everyone hold on to their intellectual property and their data, and learning experiences that generate both economic and social value. What's different about our approach is that we're not technology first. We're always human first, and AI human-led approaches where we're actually making sure that the AI can give people more jobs. We're not in an extractive economy, which is where most companies are, and we're in an abundance value-led economy approach. And the world is really increasingly becoming much more aware of the importance of digital and live events and community experiences where there's a greater human connection. So for us, the virtual and the digital is really important, but it's really the future is about generating play, imagination, joy, wonder, and it's a creative, collaborative experience that we're taking people through the experience of how to use AI to generate their own creative impact and human impact. So we have to teach people the art of that hybrid approach. So we're building environments where physical and digital, the phygital works together. And you know, it's all about human imagination and unlocking and unleashing that imagination. We believe the future requires ethical governance, indigenous and multicultural participation, so no one is left out, and we are completely inclusive.
Tanya, I'm just going to jump in. When you say about IP in particular, you know, you've got all these different vibe coding tools out there. You've got AI. When we talk about IP for content, how do we, like Dr. Bradshaw, she posts on LinkedIn, I post on LinkedIn, Alison posts on LinkedIn. We all post on LinkedIn here. So how do we control our IP as a media creator in the time of AI, which AI can just come to our LinkedIn and go, well, thank you very much, Russell. I'm just going to create a version of you.
Well, it's your digital provenance. It's your digital footprint. Everything that you put out there is your own, as long as you're sourcing. So we talk a lot about that when we're developing scripts, when we're developing a brand, a personality. You are your own brand. Never in any other time in history has your own human imagination been amplified by the way that you're using responsible AI and activating it through strong communities like a LinkedIn, social media, meaningful human experiences. The greatest competitive advantage that we all have as intellectual property purveyors today in the next decade, it won't be artificial intelligence. It will be our human intelligence that's super powered by, amplified by, you know, radical super powered intelligence. And it's the human behind all of it that is going to be the most trusted and the most valued if you have the right values, the right governance. So there's never been a more important time to really put your IP at the forefront, take your LinkedIn messaging, take whatever you're doing. You can write a book faster, you can create a television show faster, you can create live events faster. And the real beauty in what we're doing is that everybody can own a piece of co-collaborative intellectual property in a generative environment where you're generating community wealth and individual wealth in a way that changes all the table stakes. It changes the way that we invest in intellectual property. It changes the way that we invest in growth, in tracking the growth. You can now supercharge your sales and marketing teams. You can supercharge your partnership development. You can supercharge and grow faster than ever before. So no one should be afraid of putting their intellectual property out there. It's about putting it out there fastest.
Well, first of all, thank you for sharing, Tanya. Second of all, you know, I would say also, when we're talking about, because obviously I work in verification and trust, right? You know, things that we talk about is provenance, authenticity, and you know, etc. Like the authentication of the original content. You can take into watermark into consideration, etc. And you know, while I hear a lot of people talking about authentication, not authentication, authenticity, as in hey, this AI can't be the authentic version of me because I control and do X, Y, and Z on there. These intelligent systems and these agentic systems are getting so smart now, and let's take Fable 5, for example, that it can get to the level where it can pretty much copy you, if not be you. I'm not saying it will completely be you. Of course, it's going to make mistakes, but I'm just saying it's getting to that level now, and it's like, well, how do I, as a authentic person myself, and creating my own content, but also if I use Fable 5 to even create content, how do I protect my IP and what I create? And one thing that leads me to all the time is technology. Now, what I mean by technology is I don't just mean AI technology, I mean multifaceted technology. So when we're talking about XR, for example, and I'm creating my own world within XR, I want to make sure that this is my world that I've created, that I want to make sure that it's authenticated, and then I want to make sure that this is my world, so to speak. Mm-hmm. Well, now this is where blockchain technology comes in, because blockchain technology, and this is what I'm saying, it's a multi-layered technology aspect.
Right. And the battle that we're facing right now with all of our clients is that they're building on systems that can go down at any time or can be purchased at any time. So we advise everyone to make sure that you even if you're using your private paid for ChatGPT or whatever it is that you're using, and that's you're feeding it your own intellectual property, and you're in a private environment and it's secure, it's supposedly secure, you take it all down and you host it somewhere else at all times, so that at some point what may happen with all these mergers and acquisitions, and it's happened before with Mozilla or other things, many educational institutions are building on platforms that are not protected by their government. So what's happening now in every government, especially between Canada and other parts of the world, and Europe is much farther ahead, they want to protect each nation's intellectual property, specifically having closed systems that will never go down, that will be like infrastructure forever. So we need to have those protected systems.
I mean, I could bring up a bunch of issues about that, but I get what you're saying, Tanya. I really do. And then we do have to move on because Carl Deep and Sunil, and I want to get these, other panelists involved. But Tanya, I completely agree with what you're saying. But also, what I also like to say is, if it's a lie and you put on the blockchain, it's an immutable lie. So, we've got a whole problem with IP right now. We have to change our systems. Our systems are too old, etc. But anyway, I don't want to jump down that.
So it's a very good question. But again, AI can help us solve those problems. And we're all here building.
Well, I hope so. I do hope so. But then also AI could also be, the person that copies the IP, so to speak. Mm-hmm. But thank you very much, Tanya. I want to jump into Carl Deep now. Carl Deep, thank you for your patience. Because like I said, we're jumping down the rabbit hole there, and I was just like, oh, well, I could talk about it with you. We could talk about it offline, Tanya. we can go for hours. But Carl Deep, now that you've got your business deal with Tanya, my question to you is, how will prompt-based world building change the economics of content creation from your point of view, Carl Deep?
Yeah, I think being in a software development company, we have been investing a huge designing the content itself in part. But now if we see that the content generation, the generation part itself, the cost of generation or cost of the content production is reduced so much, and the scale, the trials we can do is much more than what we supposed to do earlier. If we wanted to have 5 trials with a customer earlier, now we can do 100 trials and 100 options available. And earlier, when we were building prototypes, we were building a limited set of prototypes. Now, even before, we were working a wireframe or those type of systems to get approval on the requirement, etc. But now We give them a working prototype, end-to-end working, to help customer visualize what exactly coming. So the content generation was not really now content generation itself is not really the economic factor here. Rather, the important piece, which is shifting, where the economic shift is going, the valuable content, what is the originality of the ideas, the trusted experience that customer likes. Out of 100 options, customer would choose what fits to them. What is the intention behind building it? So it is more of experience selling rather than content selling. So the whole thing is changing from just content generation it is abundance of content now. You can generate content just by prompt, just by saying this and that, be it a 3D environment, be it a video, be it a image on the website. You can do all of those stuff. And even whole website or whole mobile app, everything can be generated in a flip of minutes. So now it is all about the intent, the originality, and where the human-centric design, which humans actually understand, like it, and that's where they would ready to invest, rather than no one would be ready to invest just on mockups or content. Now they want to see everything working before everything goes in production. Yeah, so quite a thing changing.
You do bring up an interesting point there, like when it comes to economics, because when it comes to content creation, not only is there new forms of ways in which you can sell within these environments, right? But also you can even potentially like rent out those experiences, right? You can even sell as we like to say, digital twins, or or even fidgetals, digital with physical, etc. Again, even those have problems, but I do agree with you, Kardeep, is there's so many new ways in which we can make economic revenue from these creations, especially com creations, that it's so important that we do explore that and experience that. And like Tanya said, selling on Roblox, absolutely. There's plenty of examples out there in terms of how that can be done. So I completely agree with you, Kuldeep. Thank you very much for sharing. And Sunil, I want to bring you in this discussion too, because I think from your perspective as a cryptography and more than 20 years experience in technology, I'm very curious to hear your thoughts on this, which is what new forms of storytelling emerge from a AI prompted environment? So very interesting question for yourself, Sunil. And also, when we talk about new forms of storytelling, that could be any form of storytelling. There could be your own personal experience. There could be even the environment and the culture itself. So what are your thoughts on it, Sunil? Oh.
Yeah. Sorry. If I'm checking how and just use a sample, I'm speaking across the globe or will be invited as speaker about technical or non-technical items related to security, and can be any pen testing till digital forensics of any of them. So by applying on those kind of approach, now these days you will see, yeah, just telling your story or telling what you have done or your achievements is fine. That's good enough maybe to proceed. Now these days, and last year actually, I'm able to see they want to have add-on why and how, given real scenario or use cases where you have been or where you are using those kind of, especially in some environment, indeed, we are not able to disclose also due to privacy or a lot of other reasons, but still to try to add those kind of stories where you are able to make use of it. So what I'm mainly doing is I'm able to create my own kind of runbook script where I'm saying, okay, this is my real situation. I'm putting to chat or any AI system and say, okay, what should be your advice on that? Yeah. Of course, I know my situation because I've faced all those steps and I'm able to know what's going on. And based on that, I'm able to see, okay, what AI is saying, it's maybe useful, but and 95% is not useful for me to use it or to apply. I'm not saying that AI is not good, but not in my situation. So based on that, and indeed, if I'm looking at samples for other approach or just a small item, I want to explain this very easy way on everyone, or not only on technical persons. You will see which kind of approach they are giving, and yeah, some are useful, some are not useful. So, and I totally agree with the discussion, and especially about zero trust. From security point of view, we are also we actually don't trust anyone. So it's also hard. Also in real life, we try not to trust everyone, but I'm also able to see how clever those guys are, or make use of it. So if it's not able to get their attention from your point of view from this side, they will switch to another topic, or maybe another topic with more sensitive or related to your approach, culture, or any of those items, and they are still able to get your attention and ask you to still click on that button or those kind of stuff.
I completely agree with you, Sunil, and when it comes to zero trust and that as well, and I do think about what we call jagged intelligence. Now, if you don't know what that means that if you use an AI model, it can be smart in some areas, like as vibe coding and stuff like that. But then also at the same time, we have in other areas like if you go to the car wash, it's only 50 meters away. Do I walk there or drive the car there? And then it tells you to walk instead of driving the car to the car wash, which is 50 meters away. So, so we do have a lot of jagged intelligence, when it comes to these models, and there's still a lot that needs to be done on that side of things. So, Sunil, thank you very much for sharing. But the reason why I was bringing up the jagged intelligence was because, we still have problems, especially when it comes to these prompt built worlds. How can we rely, for example, on Genie 3, right? If we're building a world, how can we rely upon, the whole world of Genie 3 to be run by AI, for example, if we still have the jagged intelligence problem and it might not be unified across the board, across the whole world? You might have one character which is fine and another character which is completely, wrong, for example. So anyway, we have a very short time left. So what I want to do is go around to every single individual person. I think it's because myself and Tanya spoke about IP a bit too much, so I do apologize. So what I want to do is I want to get everyone involved in this last part. What I want you to do is, for each of you around the round table, basically in one sentence, what is something that you would like to see when it comes to VR and virtual worlds? So, for example, it could be that I want to see as many real worlds as possible, or I want to be able to make my own world, or just something in one sentence that you would like to see when it comes to XR and prompt built worlds. And it doesn't necessarily have to be prompt built worlds, but it could just be anything within XR that you'd like to see. So we'll head over to you, Vanita. So Vanita, what's one thing that you would like to see within XR that you would like to see in the future? It could be in the next year, 2 years. What's something that you'd like to see?
I want to see humanity continue to show up in XR.
Love that. Love that. Alison.
I am waiting for the double display to come out more so we can immerse in the glasses and not the heavy headsets. I also want to say real quick with the IP, I actually created a guide for creators to be able to mint their ideas onto the blockchain with NFTs, because that's how I've been protecting my my creations.
Appreciate you sharing that, Alison, and thank you so much as well. And I completely do agree with you about double lens, by the way. Dr. Bradshaw, your thoughts? One sentence, something that you'd like to see in the next couple of years or so in XR.
More inclusive worlds.
More culture and stuff like that. Yep. Okay, Tanya, yourself, and please keep it short. Tanya, you need to unmute your microphone.
Yes, we'll keep it very short. I believe the future of prompt-build worlds are humanity's new imagination playgrounds. And we want to see diverse communities to explore complex challenges and create a kinder, more prosperous future together.
Thank you so much, Sonia. I appreciate that. And thank you for keeping it short. Kuldeep, over to you. What about yourself? What's something you'd like to see?
Yeah, I like to see the more connected world. So everything, be it a living or non-living thing, I should be able to make relationship or connection with that particular thing. And that is well possible with the XR and immersive world.
Absolutely. And thank you for sharing and joining us, Kuldeep, today. And last but not least, Sunil, please share your thoughts on what's something that you would like to see within XR over the next couple of years.
Yeah, I should be more maybe able to see the link with our cultures and behavior, especially also from human point of view, but also more kind of use cases where we are able to make use of it or support the branches. So we know there are a lot of branches, but some of branches are underestimated. So that should be my approach.
And I will finish off with that. What I would like to see within XR within the next few years is hopefully holograms, because I want to be able to dial in into a hologram, get Christopher onto the hologram and go, "Hi, Christopher, I see you in the hologram." That's something that I want to see anyway, is holograms. But that is it for this roundtable discussion. Thank you so much to all the roundtable, all the panelists. Make sure you follow them on LinkedIn. Go and check them out, connect with them, etc. And that is it from us for this roundtable discussion. And up next, we're going to be having a fireside chat with Lynn and Marcia Drake, where they're going to be talking about data, AI, and XR, the future of human insight. That is it from us. Our Gather was well, and I'll see you all later.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thank you, and bye.
Greetings, welcome to yet another fireside chat, and we are going to talk about data, AI, XR, and the future of human insight. With me, I have Marcia Drake. Very honored to have you today. Thank you for joining us. And before I introduce you, I just like to appreciate the previous panels and Christopher for such an impeccable introduction. And this is just taking it a notch higher, talking about data. So, Marcia, tell us who you are, where you're joining us from, and what inspired you to join us today.
Thanks so much, Lynn. So I'm Marcia Drake. I am coming to you from the greater Seattle area in Olympia, Washington. And my passion is putting data in action to save lives and uplift humanity. And I have a long track record of doing just that, 25 years in government space. And recently I am launching EcoHeart, which is aimed at helping cities with climate resilience, with emergency response, with all the things that are really complex in today's society as AI is coming on the scene, as we've never had more data than we've had before. We're there to help. And yeah, I'm just really happy to be here today.
All right, we're very happy to have you as well. You know, you've talked about 25 years working with the government. That's such a wealth of experience, and also what you're doing with EcoHeart. Congratulations and all the best in what you're doing. But let's just go to the first question. What does human insight mean for you? You've mentioned we live in a world where data is as massive as the sea. It's infinite. It keeps coming every day. What is human insight for you when it comes to a massive, data-filled, intelligent world?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that human insight really comes down to interpreting from a place of empathy and also where our ethical values come into play. And recognizing that each person is uniquely shaped, for better or for worse, by their own experiences, their own culture, what they have learned. All of those things really create the filter which they see the world through, the way that they interpret different scenarios in life. And again, that's unique for every single person. It's the same thing for machines. It's same thing for AI models. When you look at what base model many of these AI programs that are out there right now, these LLMs or deep learning models, whatever model you're talking about, each one is also unique. It's trained on different data. It in some ways reflects that. However, humanity, we have culture. We have language differences to consider. We also have, as I mentioned, the beliefs and the values. So the interplay of those machines with humanity is setting up for a very interesting situation. Human insight is going to be critical for the survival of humanity. And we can do wonderful things with AI, but there's also a dark side to the AI if it's in the wrong hands, if it's trained with the wrong data, if it's configured wrong. So I like to stay on the positive side of thinking about all the wonderful things that we can do with AI and data and the future that we're heading into, technologically speaking.
Marcia, as I listen to you, I recap what one of our panelists has just said. They don't trust any platform with their data, and she is helpless. And most of us are in a helpless situation because you have no idea what your data is being used for. More so, you even if you know it's being used for the wrong intention, you can do nothing about it. There's that side. We want to be optimistic, but there's just that human side of us that feels, what is happening to my data? What if they're recording me right now? What are they doing with it? So I'm just having a curious follow-up on that. Do you think it should remain this way, or what should be done when it comes to human consent, human awareness and transparency of what their data is being used for?
Yeah, I would say this is very fundamental for the future that we're moving into. So any of these algorithms, it gets back to statistics 101. If you have incomplete data, if you have missing data, if you have too little of data, or if you have biased data due to poor data collection, there's a number of places that can impact the data quality throughout the entire life cycle of data. If you have those things, the information that comes out of those models, it may look right, it may look pretty, it may look trustworthy, but it can be very deceptive, and it can cause a great amount of harm. It can discriminate against people, even when you're not intending to do so, just because the data population that you trained the model on or that you're feeding into the machine is not representative of what problem you're trying to solve. So these are all things that I say we need to get back to the fundamentals. We need to get back to our data management, our data quality 101. We need to get deeper into bias mitigation at the beginning when those data are first being acquired. And as you mentioned, the traceability of data. If you don't know where your data came from, and you need to go back and correct that data, that's also a problem. And it becomes a big game of, we call it telephone, where I don't know if you've ever played the game, but you line up a number of people and you tell a secret to one and you pass it to the next one. And by the end of the line, the last person says something that doesn't look like what you started. Yeah. So that's just an awareness as we're looking at these systems, because the consequences are we could be letting people out of jail due to bad data. We could be taking people's rights away. because data is wrong, poor decisions being made, all kinds of things.
Yes, I'm very curious. Someone is watching right now, an organization, and they don't know how to qualify poor data, good data, useful data. What's the biggest distinction that you can give them right now?
Yeah, I think if you're looking at the first question of whether your data is good or fit for purpose, is to ask how it was collected. Who did you get the data from? Can they stand by it? And also, is the data enough data? Is it representative of your population? Once that data is in-house, you can do what's called a data quality assessment to start looking at how complete it is, and if you know for certain how certain data should look, you can start to profile the data and get an understanding. It's also a matter of looking for bias, and I just went through over 200 different biases and how to mitigate those. And there are ways to look in the data for all of these different biases. We need to start thinking about our systems from the very beginning in the process of the data flow to make better AI, to make better, better algorithms, and ultimately better outcomes that we're after.
Just to dive deeper, you've mentioned about the number of biases you've gone through. Can you just give me one common bias that you have seen, especially when it comes across women? I'm just saying it because we have a women's AI coming up, but just tell me, what are some of the common data biases that you have seen across your career?
Let me think. There's so many different ones. So I really need some time to switch gears on that one.
No worries.
I think one of the big ones that stands out to me is really looking at the population representation and making sure that, if we look at like healthcare, for example, we have, systems that are being programmed for use in the medical field. And many of those systems are being trained off of data that comes from clinical data. That data may not be collected for the purpose of AI. It's collected for operational purpose. It's based on who shows up in the office and who's getting the treatment and all the things. But if you have populations that are maybe not getting access to healthcare quite the same, they may not be as represented in that population. And therefore, when the system is learning and you're configuring diagnoses and everything, you could have a whole group that is underrepresented in your sample. And you could also have groups that are overrepresented. And that can be a very life-threatening type of scenario, depending on what type of treatment these AI models are advising on or being prescriptive on. So a lot of controls need to be put into place. As I mentioned, For Humanity has a great course in AI bias mitigation. I'll put in a plug for them. Anybody who's curious, go check it out. There's quite a bit that can be done. And it's a new emerging area for anybody who has an AI system who wants to do things better to take a look at. We can't eliminate bias completely, but we can do things better and try to mitigate harms where we can.
I like how you've acknowledged we can't really eliminate it, but we can always do something better. Now, our time is not on our side, but just give us a brief takeaway. What will decision making look like in the next decade? How do you what's your trajectory when it comes to human decision making? Berkeley?
Yeah, so I think with collective decision making is really the way that I think we're headed. Right now, the way that we have been operating in the past as a society, and even in the realm of data in technology, has been very siloed. We tend to think of things, one at a time, one system at a time, one fragment at a time. AI, in particular, things like neural networks and things, help us to see to better connect the dots, to look at things from a more holistic perspective. And so I think where we're going as a future is that we'll be able to make better decisions if we are also cultivating the data carefully behind the scenes, and we have some regulation put in place to guide us. We really need the guardrails there to help us with that decision making. When we talk about extending into extended reality combined with AI, I mean, there's just all these possibilities that open up. And the biggest danger is that humans could trust beautiful simulations and that are built on poor assumptions, built on poor data, and just think that's the way it is. And I think that's a very grave threat if we don't do it right. And our opportunity now is to get it right, get the foundations right, mitigate the bias, get the source data right, and all the way through the system to put some guardrails in place so we as a society can benefit from this new technology.
Yeah, I totally get it. And with that, we've come to a close of this fireside chat, but we have not run out of content. Of course, please follow Marcia. She has so many insights, just that time wouldn't allow us to dive deeper. But I'm looking forward to see you at Women's AI Summit. As for now, our first fireside chat was well. Thank you so much, Marcia. We look forward to
Thank you, Lynn.
Hello, 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 everybody.
Greetings.
Greetings. That is a great way to start. That is greetings. We know our gather will definitely be well. I want to welcome everybody. Good day to everybody. I know you're in different time zones. I am Grant McGaw. I am honored to moderate this conversation on how AI and XR, that's extended reality, can deepen human connection and help organizations move from possibility to responsible practice. So our panel that we have brought together, they are in the AI world, they are in cybersecurity, data, cloud architecture, things of this nature, because the next future that we are in right now will be shaped by how well we align people, systems, and execution. So today we're going to explore what it takes to lead humans and AI together and how to build trust and create the practical value without losing sight of our humanity. So let's begin by grounding this conversation in action and not hype. We'll get some introductions going and let's have a meaningful conversation. So Pradeep, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hey, hi everyone. First of all, thanks a lot for the opportunity. So this is Pradeep. I live in New Jersey area. I've been working as a cloud engagement manager. I have 20 years of experience in information technology. Right now, my focus is to help customers and help them, the customers and the companies to grow in the AI era. Especially my domain is manufacturing and also the little bit of supply chain and healthcare as well. Happy to talk through the topic.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Christopher is going to join us for this conversation. Give us a little bit of context, Christopher.
Yeah, I'm certainly happy to be here, and thank you, Grant, for leading, and certainly happy to join each of you for this roundtable. I think in terms of organizational preparation, I think it's a daily endeavor. You start to look at what's being deployed every single day, what's coming to scene, the new platforms and protocols, and the reality is most platforms cannot keep up. While we talk about sovereign adoption and development, a lot of platforms are building still. They're building out their structure. They're trying to figure out what's their harness from their stack to the loop, everything recurring. And especially when you start to think about visual intelligence here on the scene, world model development, VJEPA, or whatever architecture, what have you, a lot of platforms are still attempting to be able to understand hyperscale and to be able to provide for their customers at the same time. So it's a very different era that we find ourselves in.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I tell people and tell our audience this, because this is important to understand. When you have somebody who's a little bit further down the guidepost, like think of this as a railroad and somebody else is already kind of at the next station. That's how I look at Christopher. We're coming down to that station. He's already been there. He's like, oh my God. You can kind of see what we're about to experience at scale. Then we have a gentleman who's over, I call him, he's across the pond. I love his name. I always love saying his name, Russell Bundy. How you doing, Bundy?
Agent Bundy in the house. I am back once again, Bond style.
Exactly. You are an agent, but is he an AI agent or a real agent? Now, you are definitely a connoisseur in the trust world. I can trust that that's you, because I don't think AI can laugh just like that.
No, not quite. It's very close, you know. But anyway, I'll quickly introduce myself. And my name's Russell. I'm the co-founder of GatherVerse and also the ecosystems director at GatherVerse. And GatherVerse is focused on building the trust infrastructure for AI. We help organizations to better understand, verify, and responsibly rely on AI systems. And we're creating a future in which organizations can independently verify the different AI systems based upon the behavior, the performance, and the values and the cultures and etc., so that you can decide which models you want to trust in a nutshell.
And we that trust infrastructure, we gotta really look at that as we get into this endeavor. We're talking about XR, extended reality, and AI. Now, we had this humongous metaverse surge right after COVID. People were like, wow, what is this? It's a very immersive reality. And then AI just came out and just exploded on the scene, and it's engulfed everything. So now we're talking about how are we going to be prepared for this XR, AI, and these technologies. I don't know how it's going to be defined going forward. I want to ask these three gentlemen, what are they seeing in this? Because preparedness may be a loose term as you think about all the different changes that can take place. So Pradeep, you want to get us started?
Yeah, I mean, so you rightly said, right? The preparedness, right? So when you say preparedness, the data preparedness is the first thing for any organization. They don't have the foundational data. Any organization to start with the AI, AI is not gonna work like a human, right? It needs data. When the backend data itself is not properly shaped up, it is gonna fail. So either it is gonna fail miserably, or it may not give you the ROI what you are spending upon, right? You are not going to build them with $1 million and getting gas back in pennies, right? So the data foundation is very, very important, either in any of the space of AI. It may be XR, it may be manufacturing, it may be healthcare, or anywhere, right? The data foundation is very important. And then the integrations with various systems within their landscape of the tools or the technologies which they have in integration. They have a lot of tools like the financial tools, or the work data, the HR tools, or even the gaming tools. Whatever they are, they need to be well integrated to make use of these particular agents which we are planning to build. And when it comes to the XR technology, the really, really scary thing is how are we cope up with the reality versus the AI stuff, right? So we should be very careful enough to differentiate that, and even we should have some policies or the gate around it to build that over the time.
This is important. You just said the very foundational core. That actually kind of scares me. I think about the data in my own phone, right? That's been in some of that's been in for 5+ years. Is it relevant? I don't even know. So think about that, and then we're going to take this data mining and just throw it out there. Who knows what we're going to get? But this is interesting. So we got to move to this question. I want to give this to Christopher because there are a lot of misconceptions out there, I think. So in your words, what are these misconceptions that leaders have regarding these, and we're talking immersive technologies?
Yeah, I kind of want to go back to something what you said about the boom or the explosion. It made me really sit here and think we haven't even had time to really have that discussion, if you will, the world.
Yeah.
We barely even wrapped our minds around COVID, good, bad, or indifferent, whatever you think of it. There was staunch impact. We have just had, okay, here's your pandemic. Now here's your boom. Here's this, here's that. Here's Web3. Here's on-chain technology. Here's all the different things that come with on-chain technologies. Here comes a multi-billion-dollar industry called NFTs that happened in 10-month spans. Multi-billion-dollar industry, and it's the bull, and then we go into winter with it, and then all of a sudden AI hits. The metaverse is here, and now it's gone, but it's here. We start to look at visual intelligence. We start to think about these models. We really are building as we go, but we're seeing that this is the thing. We're a case study in and of itself globally, and we're seeing that when it comes to transmetropolitan, transcontinental, that organizations are still able to sustain. The World Cup is here. It's happening. Business is happening. Money and GDP for several different countries are strong, and some are abysmally low. So warfare is still here. The field of warfare has changed.
Yeah.
If we look at what's happening in Ukraine, And we look what's happening in Russia. Overnight, over the course of 4.5 years, because the Ukraine war started 3 days after GatherVerse had its first event.
Wow.
And now we're looking at an agentic and robotic warfare. We're looking at a hive, drone swarm munitions. We're looking at these type of deployments that are happening. What am I saying? We're quite literally building as we go with little time to process, little time to think about what in the world has just happened. And that goes to the question that you just asked, Grant, the misconceptions of immersive technologies. I'm not even sure that public and private sector has had a time to even conceive immersive technologies of its capabilities of what it could be beyond the commercialization that's been put before them that most has not succeeded. I don't think that they've had time to really perceive and conceive the magnitude and the immensity of that. And frankly, with the power of cloud, barely a lot of them don't understand Microsoft Teams and Zoom. And I say that with real kindness and consideration and no disrespect, but this idea of immersive technologies and what it is going to do. And I'll say this, and I'll offer criticism to the whole entire XR industry. I'll debate anybody in the world on this. Everything that we've built in XR so far, for the most part, visually, is trash. It's bad looking. It's never been the intention of the founders, of some of the very pioneers that have put this on their backs, both women and men. A lot of it is trash compared to that which is to come. And I'll say this, with the whole blowback with Snap, I'm telling you, for all that are at GatherVerse.live and the new Snap spectacles, Snap does not represent the majority of what XR has to offer. Visual intelligence, do not fool yourself into thinking this is XR, these are glasses. Is the whole entire industry done? It can never be done because it's an applied science, and applied science comes from science. It's never going to be done at a time where it seems that XR is the weakest it's ever been. This is the strongest it's ever been in science. And so that in and of itself, when we look at the misconception, is the biggest misconception of all. We continue as organizations to follow the dance and the song of the Pied Piper called media. And that's where we get it wrong. Media does not dictate scientific endeavor and exploration. It cannot and it will not to the greater degree. And that's why we're caught off guard, is because we sit here and take our cues and consumption values from media. That is a misconception, and that has been a mistake. And you will pay for that because technology will happen and it will be upon you. And the smaller ships in the channel will accelerate and exceed far more quicker, more impactful than these mega valuable companies. But we are headed into the technocratic era, aren't we?
I want the artists take note what you just said. I mean, we saw a mega giant called Facebook change their name almost overnight to Meta. And what did that get them? Everybody saw Zuckerberg doing a whole lot of experimentation on this, and this is where the whole world's going to go, and we're going to live within this 3D reality. How did that work out? Well, you pretty much see how it worked out. And then on his heels, you had somebody just took a really, I don't think people understand, AI is like a 50-year-old technology. It's been around for a long time, predictive analytics, but it's at scale now and became just a humongous monster that we're dealing with because the creative juices are flowing. I like that. Now we got to ask this gentleman over there in the UK. I mean, when I think of the UK and I think of all the things that we're going through, and when agentic AI really kind of came out, and I said, that's Bundy. That's definitely Bundy's world. That's what Bundy does. He lives in that agentic AI world over there doing massive world changes. So what industries are best positioned to benefit, in your opinion, from XR and AI coming together?
Interesting question. I think 3 industries. Watch out. I think in a way, really every industry, but I would say the biggest ones that I have seen in terms of specific use cases when it comes to XR is definitely healthcare for sure. That's one of the main sort of places I have seen XR really help. Also, I would say potentially the events industry too, in terms of doing hybrid models and being able to have immersive experiences when it comes to like entertainment, music, etc. But I'll go back to what Christopher said, which is I've been in Web3 for about 7-8 years now. I've been through the whole NFT era. I've been through the whole metaverse era. I've seen, oh yeah, Roblox is in the metaverse and stuff. Technically, yes, it is, but you could debate that. But anyway, the point I'm getting at is XR still has a long way to go. I personally think. And if we're talking about trust in terms of how can I go into an immersive world that I can trust in terms of if I'm actually talking to the real grunt in the metaverse, so to speak, or not, or if I'm having my own personal experience, can I actually trust the AI to give me my correct personal experience, so to speak? Then I think we've got a way to go with that. Yeah. Until the as like they said in the roundtable, until the hardware is at the right level yet, then I think we've still got a way to go on that still. So yeah.
I agree. And I think, in my opinion, when I think of XR, extended reality, augmented reality, what we know is the metaverse, in my opinion, I thought it was a very good simulator. If you want to do training simulation, like you wouldn't want to have a pilot just start, flying in an actual plane where you can be simulated. Now, they've been doing simulators for decades, right? But this is a more immersive. So it's more real life, real time. You can start to throw simulation and reactions to people to get them up to speed in case as they go up and they get into a real time. I love that about the XR world for firemen, for police, or anything like that. I said, man, that's a great use case. So when I think of XR, I think of use cases, not so much it can be used in everything, but that's how I see it, as actually they could operate or dominate in that space. Domain authority for XR, I believe, is in the training space. And then you put AI on top of that, which is a context-aware fabric. It can be very explosive and powerful, but it's got to be deployed correctly. Now, I know, Pradeep, you're in that manufacturing world. You can probably hone in on it. And anybody at any time can kind of jump in on all these different conversations we're having. But as they prepare their workforce, think about that. I just said I think of a great use case.
Yeah.
In a workforce that's XR-driven in the environments, how do you see this?
Yeah, so even in the plants, right? So we work in manufacturing. We have various every organization, every companies like Amazon or Wayfair. These are all work on a Wayfair on a what do you call? They have their own warehouses and plants. So in that, to operate, to see their inventory, or to with the way they organize their belts, the manufacturing belts, and even to repair the things. So the XR technology is really useful. They have to adapt in such a way that, of course, should not cost more cost. Instead of that, they should plan very well so that it can fit into that domain as well. But it is pretty much important, and our research and development in the manufacturing is stepping towards that. To use XR technologies in the plants and in the warehouses and things like that.
I think we're in super need of education reskilling across the board. I see in this world that XR technologists are extremely weak in AI, and AI technologists are extremely weak in XR. And these platforms are coming whether we like it or not, and most are surprised by what they're seeing visually and what they're seeing intelligently, especially when it comes to language. But even big time when it comes to virtual world. I mean, think about that, Grant, Pradeep. Think about this, Russell.
Yeah.
I mean, when you lay off 8,000 people in Meta, and a lot of them are working on immersive installations of virtual worlds, they're being replaced by something that's just as capable, if not more capable than them, one shot. What took them weeks or months to build, we can do that in a prompt. And people really just haven't considered the magnitude of it. Well, what happens to all these virtual world builders, designers, and developers? And here in Silicon Valley, we haven't written a line of code since December. I mean, think about that. And I'm telling you right now, the engineers are to be disrupted. Meta engineers, along with all that got laid off, but the ones that are there now, right now, they've been retasked A lot of them are building reality labs. A lot of them are building on Instagram and WhatsApp. They've been all attached to be able to work in AI, and they're engineering that. Well, here's the real consideration. The engineers here in Silicon and elsewhere, they're about to be incredibly disrupted. Like, they're done, and they're building their own demise.
Wow.
And they know that they're innovating to their own disruption. So what do I say? It goes back to the first roundtable we had today, especially when we're talking about organizational structure. I believe that we're about to head into a renaissance. We think about the age of compute, we think about the age of intelligence, but I believe that we're about to head into a renaissance of open source sovereignty, so that everybody will have to build from their cultural extraction of what it is that they inherently have to offer to the world. Because what do you do when machines can do the majority of what you've already been taught? It's too late for them to go back to school and get vocation, because students can't even find employment, and they're on the threshold. And as we all know, technology moves so fast, you can barely go to college to learn it, because that what you're learning in college is really, in some ways, it's fallen to obsolescence. By the time you set foot with your diploma and you're looking in the job market, that thing that you're looking for, they're now looking for your skill and your ability to learn this new thing that they have not even had time to deal with. So when we start talking about visual intelligence, we're building it, and most don't even know. The ones that are building it, candidly, they don't know what to do with it. So all they really are, World Labs and Meta, and if you will, and you think about these frontier labs and Anthropic and OpenAI, all they really are is building pots and pans, delivering it to us, the chefs, to see what dishes we'll make.
You got that right. I want to, as I'm listening to you and listening to all three of you, we are here. To me, it's like we are digitizing our expertise at the end of the day, right? And you have to understand the value extraction is your expertise, right? And your knowledge, who you are and what you bring to the table. All four of us would do something a little different. We're not exactly the same, right? How we would do things, but that expertise is valuable. It's valuable. So getting to your very good point that you just made, all three of you have made, this is all about application. How are you going to apply this technology to actually expand and lift the human dimension? Because if you're not doing that, what is it that you're doing? So what are we creating? What are we building? And this becomes a real big question. What role does leadership? Because we have to lead this. Some people are technologists. They're very, very good. Some people are financial experts. Some people are business experts. Not everybody understands visioneering and understanding, okay, that's great and good, but what are you going to do with it? Like I said earlier, what do you do with XR? I said, wow, that's a great training app. Great simulation. Let's do that, right? We start trying to do it in all these other things, it starts to get kludgy and clunky because you got the wrong use case. So Russell, help us with this leadership. But I want all three of us. Leadership, I think, is the missing component. As you just said, he's talking about layoffs, 8,000 people. What do you do with these people? Like, what is the leadership that says we redeploy, reutilize, get our experts in the right place so our domain expertise is not just extracted and disabled, but enabled?
Yeah, I just want to, I'll lead into that in just a second, because it all interconnects what I've just been thinking. But there's different forms of value, okay? There's like intelligence value, there's like, for example, relationship value. There's all different forms of value which a leader has, so to speak, right? So when we're talking about value in particular, and when we're talking about even like human values, because human values is kind of slightly different, but if we're talking about value in general, like for me and you, Grant, in our relationship, right? I might give you something, I might connect you to someone, I might share some knowledge with you, whatever. That's valuable to you, right? So there's different forms of what people value. Now, when we talk about human values, okay, so human values is the point of, does it align with humanity, as in, is it ethical? Is it safe? Is it, maybe like aligned in terms of when it comes to like how we feel and stuff like that? Now, I'm not saying AI's there yet, but the point I'm getting at is, first, we need to make sure AI is aligned with human values. But also, second, when we have different forms of values we can give, right? If I'm using AI to give you a different form of value, like, for example, it might be ideas, it might be creativity, right? We talk about the human code, right? Because Christopher talks about this. I hear him all the time. He talks about human code, right? When we talk about human code, that's hard to replicate. If anything, that's almost impossible to replicate at this moment in time. Could the intelligence maybe get there in the future in 5-10 years? Sure. We never know.
Never. Never.
But
Never. Go ahead. Never. We'll never be able to duplicate the human code, that which comes from your mother's womb. If Elon Musk,
I've triggered him now. I've triggered him.
With all the money Elon Musk has, he cannot go by and compete with the 50-year-old grill, a smoke grill in Austin, Texas. In order to be able to buy or to compete with the 50-year-old grill, you'd have to buy 50 years. Money can't buy time.
But anyway, let me get back to my point, Christopher. the point that I was getting at before is that the point that I was getting at is when we talk about leadership, when we're talking about different forms of value, the values could maybe just change when we're using AI. It could be the fact is that we value human to human relationships so much more that we're like, okay, well, I don't want to be interacting with AI because I'm interacting every day and all the time. So now I value human to human relationships even more. So what role does leadership play in successful AI transformation? Could be human to human. It could be how I lead as an individual in terms of my understanding of human values, etc., etc. So that's what I'm saying is there's different forms of values and people think it's one dimensional. It's not.
Can I ask a question to that?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Are we ready for AI leadership?
Man, I have to take that back because, and you will appreciate this because you understand the human journey from its origins just in the farming world, right? Moving through manufacturing, moving through compute, moving through information, and now what I call the intelligent technology age. We have to mature. Right now, our motivations, and I'm going to say it from a corporate perspective, value-wise, is just profit. That's what it is. It's greed. That's not a very good goal when you really think about it. What are you doing with greed? I don't know. But at the end of the day, if I got all the money, you have none, what have I accomplished? I don't know. But we have to move beyond that construct as we prepare ourselves for a greater adventure inwardly and outwardly. I tell people this all the time. If you have a dream, because right now we are dealing with avatars, right? We create avatars, like we can't tell the difference between what is real and what is not. What is Memorex and what is not? If you have a memory of yourself in a dream, what was real? The dream or the body or yourself? What is reality is becoming into question right now. And we have to mature as a species to understand what is real and what is of purpose and what is of value, because we're getting to a larger world. Sit with that for a minute.
I often talk about if we're going to extend reality, we have to bring reality with it. Thus, to your expression, what is reality? I think that's fair play. I think people have different interpretations of reality. I was listening to Russell in concert with what you just expressed, Grant, about AI alignment and does it align with human values. But I think we now have to put into question to play, what are values?
Mm-hmm.
I think we know what values are. I think I know what values are. But do I really understand what values are? Oftentimes in that expression, alignment is the key word. Alignment is the focal point. But I think we need to go a step further ahead to start to look at what it actually values are. And then I think it'll bring us to an appreciable understanding of that, to the point of the extension of reality, really, especially thinking from the virtual to the material layer, or the material layer to the virtual layer.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? What are we actually extending? And I think a lot of what's been said today is really extending the imaginations that are in between the confines of our mind and extending experience based on our perception. I mean, think about that.
Hmm.
At the end of the day, to the point, we're extending our imagination. The imagination is manufactured, and a dream is manufactured also in the same place of our imaginations. So what are we really extending? What is reality? I know it comes off Socratic, but I think it's a really fair point.
Yeah. We have to think about our real values as human beings and what we are creating. What is this journey about? When I see Pradeep and I understand what he's doing from a manufacturing, like what are you building? What is the actual return on that investment as you see the question there? What do you feel is your purpose in building these types of applications?
Yeah, it is, right? So measuring, right? So measuring the value of the returns versus how much we are spending is a big challenge to the organizations. Every organization which I've seen or our colleagues are seeing, they are chasing AI. They are chasing AI without measuring the real worth of it, right? So yeah, so I feel right now, as on today, organizations are failing to calculate that returns, and as someone said, right, they are in a mode of, okay, AI will build something and get us for something, and we can get rid of this. Either we can fire the employees, or we can get rid of these tools, blah blah blah, to get into that, right? But that's not. We cannot go that in a fast-paced manner to get into that. So definitely, you need to have your KPIs measured. Okay, what is that it is going to get if I'm investing in this? So that without that actual written ROI calculation, organization should not go for it. So if you ask me how they have to do, is again the data. You need to see, okay, the foundational data and also the KPI set. Okay, what is that we are trying to achieve with this? What problem statement we are trying to solve with this? Once you have that laid out, then only you should go further in investing XR or any of the AI technologies in any either XR space or in any of the space. That's how the organization should approach.
This is important because I often ask myself this during the metaverse era, when I talked to a lot of different people that are making these types of virtual worlds. Like, what business problem are you really solving?
Yeah.
What are you solving with this that creates value? I see Christopher, are you raising your hand? Can you answer that?
Yeah. Can I ask this question before we touch on that alien? Yeah. I think about with Pradeep. Can we contain all this bandwidth? I mean, we just said it, that WWDC, they said 1,000 applications are being shipped to the Apple Store every hour now. We know everyone's vibe coding and vibe designing. Grant, I know you've been more busier than you've ever been, because a lot of these people that are building out these platforms at a rapid pace of acceleration, they have no consideration on the fundamental value of brand, which they need to. We're in an international brand crisis. But Pradeep, I sit here and wonder, with the cloud, with all these data centers, it's taking forever to build these data centers, at least here in the United States. Can the cloud handle this capacity? Are we in an alarm situation?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Pradeep,
you have seen, right? A lot of protests are happening again from the people too. Why are we building these data centers? Why are we doing this? So against all those challenges, building up to the speed of these organizations, what they want, is very, very difficult.
This is important to understand. There's a lot of applications being built, but for what? I go back to that question. What is the business case? What are you solving? And when I talk to my younger generations, I always lead with this, that your job, what you should be doing, especially in your 30s and your 40s, is changing the world. I see that happening, changing the world, meaning you are building something that fundamentally changes the world that I lived in, 30, 40, 50 years ago. And I see that. I see this platform. But when I see 1,000 applications, that means you're just throwing a bunch of stuff out there. And my analogy that I spoke about earlier, I got a lot of data in my phone. How much of that is useful? So if I start trying to operationalize everything on my phone, I've wasted a lot of compute on a value that really is not valuable.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Go ahead.
I have two things. One, I think when we get to the multi-agent swarms, right? When they start creating applications in real time, in real.
Wait. What are multi-agent
swarms?
I know what they are, but I know so many people at GatherVerse.live that's looking at our various social streams. They have no idea what that is. Can you give us just a few salients on that, please?
Okay, so you've got an agent, which is an autonomous agent that look, you did this on purpose. Anyway, that's fine.
It's like agent on top of an agent. So
imagine if Pradeep starts talking so deep into the messages of cloud. It's like Pradeep,
what is that?
Okay. Look, I'll get to the point, and then I need to get to the swarm point. So an agent is basically like a fully autonomous agent, or autonomous as in it thinks for itself on your behalf to create whatever. So you give it a goal, it'll go out and create it, fulfill all the tasks, do all the steps, and then get to the goal that you give it. Then you've got multi-agents. So basically that is, it could be you have a hierarchical, like a head agent, like a leader, and then you'll have sub-agents underneath, and then they all coordinate together to fulfill the goal and fulfill the task in which you set out to do it. And then you've got multi-agent swarms, which is also the bigger amount. So this could be like 100, 200, even 1,000 of agents that can work in real time on any sort of goal or task you give it. But also it can create things in real time because there's so many of them. The intelligence of all this swarm that comes together makes it, I guess if you want to call it AGI, artificial general intelligence, or hyper intelligence, if they also come together for this. Anyway, so now I'm going to go back to the point of applications, right? Yeah. We talk about applications when we have a single agent and we set a goal to do an application. Let's say we use Mythos 5, for example. So we use Mythos 5. All right, go and create this website. Creates the whole entire website. Fantastic. Regrets itself, all this sort of stuff. I put that on Apple Store. I create the application. When we get to what we call the swarms, now the swarm is basically, if I have 1,000 agents on my computer and I wanted to, in real time, create my own applications, as in my own version of, let's say, StreamYard, or my own version of watching YouTube, or my own version of a certain application, it can in real time change it depending on my personal preferences and what I want to have. Okay? So basically, in a nutshell, instead of you sending it off to go and create an application and then gives me back the application is created in real time straight in front of me on my screen. Okay? So now you sent me all this tangent, Christopher, because the point I was getting at was when we got to the swarm.
We got 3 minutes.
Yeah, right. You're giving your declaration.
The point is,
your soapbox. Let's go.
So first one is the swarm agents, right? They can create applications in real time. The second point that I was going to make was robotics, right? Because when we talk about XR and robotics, that's a very unique use case in which XR has been used in. And if we start talking and adding world models into that, when we talk about fully autonomous driving systems example, that all plays into XR, plays a big component into robotics. That's the point that I was getting at, but I had to go on the other.
No, I like that, because when AI takes on a physical body, like in robotics, now we are definitely unleashing, a new species out in our world that we may or may not understand more about. I just saw a Tesla run into, unfortunately, someone's house on automatic. They said it was on automatic. I don't know. We have to mature as a society with this technology. We were just unleashing these things out there without understanding implications and impact. And we have to get back to that and understand that's why you have certain things in beta mode before you go out into production. I think there's a lot of beta thinking it is production. It's not. So you had a lot of creativity going on in the XR world. You got a lot of creativity going on in the AI world. Immaturity is where we're at right now. We're not in the maturity cycle yet. If you go back to the beginnings of the internet and people mass adoption of it, it took maybe, I'm going to say, at least 4 or 5 years of maturity before it became better. What do you think, Chris?
Agreed. I'm glad you brought that up. I think that bears worth repeating. Thank you for sharing that. It's the same thing when we went industrial age 1 and 2. It took a lot of times for people to adjust having steam for the very first time, steam power, and then electric came in, and it took maybe 10 to 15 years, but it was fast in their development. But it took a long time for civil society to be able to adjust to it. But this is the difference, Grant. There's steam and there's electricity, and then there's this intelligence, and the hyperscale and the exponential, the frontier continues to evolve. I mean, steam was steam. Yes, it's built at different mechanisms, but fundamentally, steam was steam, and electricity was electricity, and you built around that. With AI, it's the frontier. There are no different. There's so far. There's no limitation on intelligence.
Yeah, yeah. But
Like
there is limitation on power. Getting back to what you said earlier, in these data centers and understanding you are taking away resources, environmental resources out of the planet. And as a society, we will run into a higher construct called the universe, the solar system, and the planet. And there's certain physical laws that are just in place that you have no control over, and you will run smack dab into it. And I hope you do it in a good way.
I agree. I think we still have the obstacles and the challenges of physics. And as fast as Silicon Valley wants to move, you can't afford time and you cannot buy energy. You have to build it. And that's what's happening. It's just not readily available. And that's part of the Kirchhoff scale. Is the number one standard of the Kirchhoff scale is energy. But here's the thing we have to ask ourselves. When these massive data centers come online, the Hyperions and the Stargates of the world, and they do work, and we'll have more energy than we've ever even known what to do with.
Wow.
What happens to this level of intelligence, especially when it becomes, I have to say this, Apple, most will see in September, I'm an Apple developer. I've got access to the new Siri. It is the most powerful AI I have ever operated because it operates on an operating system. It is a complete and utter game change. The world will be shocked come September. There's a wait list to get on it now. I have it. It is a shock, Grant. I don't look at AI the same anymore. I don't look at it the same anymore. But with that said, to sovereignty, to ownership, to what it is that we can have and we can actually own ourselves. We have, I think you said it right, the cultural extraction, Pradeep, to be able to take that which is innate in us, this human code, Russell, and to be able to put that in some type of platform protocol and offer it to the world. What does that look like? There was a time with the work that we do today would be foreign 50 years away, 100 years ago. What we do today is alien.
Wow.
What we do today in business and alien, some things remain the same. Yet here we are.
Man, I tell you, this has been a great gather. I want everybody to kind of step back, take this in, what we're talking about. We are on the precipice of just an enormous change in our reality. Because like AI, as we know it today, came out like 2022. This is 2026. Within 4 years, now you're talking about another leap, is what I'm hearing now in September. That could just be. And that's, to me, that's what scares me. It's not so much scary. It's hard for me to build as a business owner on a platform, knowing these platforms may only have a 6-month shelf life now.
That's why sovereign autonomy is almost everything in business right now. And that's why Jensen Huang and NVIDIA is the #1 company in the world, is because they know they need to go and get your own GPU systems, Jetson power, everything, CUDA. And you need to be able to ultimately build out your own operating system. I believe the face of the internet is changing, and I believe the HTTP IP protocol cannot stand this much capacity bandwidth. Mark it. That's documented. Put that on chain and tag it. That's exactly what's happening.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in to GatherVerse as we continue on. Thanks a lot, Chris and Russ.
See ya.
See ya, Grant.
Hello and greetings. Welcome to our last roundtable for day one, GatherVerse XREvolve Summit 2026. I kindly remind you to stay muted until called upon, and we are going to discuss building XR and AI without leaving people behind. First and foremost, we had a very high-powered roundtable panel with Grant, Christopher, Pradeep, and Russell. And we're only taking it a notch higher when it comes to people. We talked about tech, but let's talk about people. And before we even dive into the conversation, I would like to welcome each of you panelists to introduce yourself. I would ask you to be very, very brief because I suspect we have a lot to unpack. Now, I will start with you, Bindu. Tell us who you are. What inspired you to join us today?
Hey, hi team. Good morning. My name is Bindu Madhavi Mangalampalli. Am I coming through okay? Am I audible? Yes. Hi. As I said, my name is Bindu, and I'm working as a data engineering architect and team lead at the company called Cotivity. So I lead the teams across United States, Mexico, India, and Nepal. So I have a set of data engineers under me reporting, and our company primarily deals with the healthcare analytics. So similar to everyone, we are also heading towards artificial intelligence. And when I was working on my own research projects related to how artificial intelligence can assist healthcare system in United States, I came across this wonderful gathering, and I felt this is the best opportunity to share my thoughts and also equally listen to all your perspectives. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Bindu. I think this is your second time here. We welcome you once again. How beautiful a research led you here. We're very happy to have you. Dr. Frotman, please introduce yourself. Tell us who you are, what inspired you to join us today, briefly.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm Dr. Jan Fortman. I am a relationships communications coach, an author, and a podcast producer and host. This is my second time in being involved in GatherVerse, and I really want to talk about how AI affects our relationships and what are our relationships with AI.
Definitely. I am very fascinated to hear what's going to come from your mouth. And we welcome you once again. Narendra, this is not your first time. Welcome. Briefly tell us who you are and what inspired you to join us today.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. Good morning, Madhurin. Myself, Narendra Mangala. I've been working with one of the US consumer healthcare company as a data engineering manager. So I've been doing this, participating in the seminars and then understanding from the panel, like what is the AI is going to play a key role in our life and all. And then I'm sharing my thoughts as well with the panel. So what it could impact their life also. So I'm glad to join this meeting to understand all the views and then share it, whatever I have it in my mind.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Venkata, tell us what inspired you to join us today and who you are. And thank you for joining us for the second time.
Sure, Len. Thank you for having me here. My name is Venkata. Hello, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon. People in different time zones. So my name is Venkata. I'm working as the application architect in Healthcare Service Corporation. It's more of our business is to do the health insurance and also manage some of the healthcare providers and all. So basically, my role is at CSC is to kind of identify the business aspects, like how we deal with day-to-day, policy changes, and also support the applications for business to kind of enroll members into insurance plans and everything. So when it comes to AI, I mean, at least our industry is still kind of picking up the pace rather than other industries like technology as well as telecom and other retail industries. But at least what I feel is like, obviously we have to adapt more, and then also have good governance in place before we use AI in healthcare. So that's my perspective. And also I'm here to share my thoughts and views about responsible use of AI and how we can leverage human-centric models.
Right. Thank you,
Bit-
You're very,
Yeah.
very welcome.
Sure.
Your insights are eagerly awaited. I'm coming to you for Lashade. If I have mentioned it wrongly, I ask to be forgiven. But please tell us who you are and what inspired you to join us today. Briefly.
All right, everyone. It's nice to be here. My name is Folasha Deoroke. I'm a DevOps engineer and the founder of GatherVerse. I actually wanted to share my insight about AI and how it's going to actually affect in the event industry and the tech space as well. So thank you.
We're very happy to have you. I think this is your first time. We love you.
All right.
Our guest. Thank you for joining us. Yude, please tell us who you are. This is your second time, but please tell us what inspired you to join us today.
Thank you for having me here. Hi, everyone. My name is Uday Surendra Andamuri. I work as a technology operations analyst at Mile City LLC. So mainly I work with the software where I train managers in each and every property and I fix bugs for them. So I take care of around personally portfolio of hotels and I directly collaborate with the management and I travel for each and every property to make sure everything is running up and correctly. So what attracted me to join GatherVerse here, that's a vision bringing together all the professionals and having meaningful conversation here and share ideas, learn from one another. We talk here more about technology and that's helping me to learn and also share my insights.
You're welcome. And over to you, Rajesh. Tell us who you are and what inspired you to join us today.
Hey, can you hear me okay, Lynn?
Yes.
Okay,
Loud
thank
and
you. Yeah, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone, wherever you are. My name is Rajesh Mataparthi. I'm a principal data engineer by title. I've been working in IT industry for almost 20 years now. Predominantly work in a automobile manufacturing sector where we manufacture the diesel engines and power gen. And I'm working for a global leading power solutions company called Cummins INC, located in Indiana headquarters in US. So I've been working in this field for quite a while now, and in this summit, I'm trying to learn and of course share my views and latest trends about the AI and in this manufacturing automobile industry areas, and of course XR, the external realities, how the AI is going to help the in this sector, along with the other speakers here. Thanks for having me here, and I'm excited to learn all of your participants here and also share my thoughts.
Thank you for joining us. And I am Lynn Guitar, Communications Director for GatherVerse, and I will be your moderator for this particular panel titled Building XR and AI Without Leaving People Behind. Now, something very interesting from what I picked up from the previous conversation is you can accelerate technology, but you cannot accelerate the adoption of people into that technology. That's very possible. You can spend as much money as you can, but bringing in people to adopt your technology is just another game on its own. And we want to find out, what does it mean to create these beautiful technologies that have really, really changed our lives, both positively and negatively, without leaving people behind. It will be an injustice to not acknowledge that there's still a huge population, billions and billions of people in the world, who still don't even have access to internet and a computer. That's an injustice not to acknowledge that. And yet we have another side of the world that we are even going to mass. Why is the disconnect? what should happen in between, where some people don't even have internet, others have everything, and now they're thinking about going to Mars. And this brings me to the first question. As XR and AI technologies become more integrated into daily lives, what does it mean to leave no one behind? From your perspective, from your industry, all of you come from very different, significant industry, but I want to hear each and every one of you, what does it mean not to leave humans behind? Bindu, briefly, tell us your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Lane. Thanks for asking this. And this seems to be a great question. So, leaving no one behind means making sure that the benefits of the technology are available to everyone, not just for a limited group of people. So, this includes making technology affordable, accessible, and also easy to use. It could also mean that helping people develop the skills needed to participate in digital world, because governments, businesses, educators, and technology leaders all have a significant role to play in this aspect. The goal should be to create opportunities for everyone and ensure that technological progresses are happening and improving lives across all the communities. So, this requires investment in digital literacy, education, affordable technology access, because we just discussed that due to unavailability of the internet, that also causes leaving somebody behind, which we don't want to, and workforce development and reskilling. So I believe historically every major technological shift has created both opportunities and gaps. The challenge for today's leaders is ensuring both artificial intelligence and extended reality should reduce inequalities rather than widen them. So, yeah, as a closing thought, I think that the future of AI and XR is not simply about building smarter systems. It is about creating technologies that are trustworthy, inclusive, accessible, of course, and also improving lives at a major scale.
Yes, Bendo, I couldn't agree more. And I'll come to you when it comes to trustworthy, but let me drag the thread to Narendra. Bindu's talked about accessibility, affordability. What is your take as a builder? What makes the difference? What makes people get left behind, and how can we solve that?
Yeah. So when any company wants to build any product or any of them through AI or XR, so they should consider from the foundation onwards the people also inclusive in that product. So otherwise, if they build the product and then later on they can adopt the people's usability, all those things, then it's none of the product will succeed if you have that. So and then they have to geographically they have include all the culturals and then their patterns how to usage, like the usage of the products might be different in then America, Latin, or maybe Asia, and then African countries. Anywhere, the patterns might be differ with the geographical. So, for example, if you take up the XAR, the products which builds for high corporate hospitals, so they can easily go through all the veins and then how the surgical procedures go through. They have a bigger investments in the hospitals, and then but it will not have the same infrastructure in rural countries like probably Asian countries or maybe the African countries. They don't have that much investments or maybe the amounts to deal with the products. So we have to build a products to accommodate each and every people on the world, and then consider whether this product should be reachable to each and everyone. So if you satisfy that the case, then you are reaching your product or maybe the thought to each and every person. So you don't leave the person behind your thought or maybe behind your product, what you are trying to develop it. So I think that is my the way of when you leaders are trying to build a product, you should consider these all the things.
Yes, I believe so. And I'm passing the thread over to Jan, Dr. Jan. Narendra has mentioned leaders not building fast, but considering their population, what they want to use it for. What have you seen in the course of this shift when it comes to leaders? Are they considering the people they're building for? What is your take? Your mic, please. Kindly unmute.
Okay,
There
sorry.
you go.
I think a lot of it has to do with economics because I really think we should focus more on some lightweight models, that can run on mid-range devices. Because when I think about economics, a lot of people cannot afford the kind of computers and hardware where they can really be a part of a lot of different AI, products, because in a lot of places there's poor infrastructure and people have varying abilities. So I think that has a lot to do with it, and I think that's something that we should focus on.
Yes, definitely. And when it comes to infrastructure, I just have a follow-up to that. Whose responsibility is it for building infrastructure? I'm passing this to you, Rajesh. When it comes to building the massive data centers, some governments can't even build something as simple as hospitals. So who's responsible for infrastructure? Also share your thoughts what it means not to leave people behind. Your mic, kindly.
Sorry, I'm talking on mute. Okay.
You are.
Yeah. So let's talk about leaving people on behind, right? So, I mean, leaving no one behind ultimately demands that how we are going to define the success. The metrics that we use to evaluate the XR and A products measure only the adoption among the early adopters. Then we'll perceptually leave behind the communities that most needed for these tools, right? So, and success must be measured by the breadth and depth of the genuine human benefit, right? So you should be careful about what you're building the solution or the technology that should be diversified and reach to the most benefit human. Coming back to your infrastructure side, right? So infrastructure is very important in this crucial world with the AIs and being AI in that driven. A lot of data centers have been um, piled up. The data centers, the basic requirement for the infrastructure is water, and of course, in my sector, we build the power generators, which are standby generators for these power gen sector. So infrastructure is very important in this AI world in order to manage these kind of big workloads that is being shared. So that is also important for these governments and other society to make sure that they have not only the technology but also the infrastructure that can help these people not to get behind.
Rajesh, I have a very curious follow-up to that. You mentioned data, the relationship between data and water, which is very concerning. There are alarms being raised, and especially in many countries so far. But Christopher said you can't afford time and you can't also increase more energy. You can't increase the amount of water that is already here. What does it mean for the whole world when it comes to building data centers and there's now scarcity of energy or resources? Are we seeing that kind of future arising from different parts of the world?
Yeah. So yeah, this is something like we definitely if you take the World Bank goals, right? So sustainability goals, the infrastructure and water, these are actually colliding each other. See, the more the technology rise, the more infrastructure rise, and you are utilizing more of this. It could be water, it could be air pollution, anything like that, right? So there is limited of the resources, and then especially in the some of the drought areas, water is very important to run the data centers. So it should be, there should be new technologies, or in fact some companies are building their own technologies to reuse these water facilities, not to burn a lot of water, just recycle them and feed them back to your data centers. So to get that cooling done within the limited water supplies that they have. So there is a lot of requirement, needs to be a lot of research needs to be done in that area. So to use these resources in a meaningful way, where these lot of countries where they are feeling these natural sources problems like water scarcity, for that matter, even somebody can go into the solar energy or
Yeah.
for in energy sector as well.
Thank you for giving that insight. I also advocate for recycling water and more research on how we can better, because we still have conflict with climate, drought, and all these climatic changes. And then we have now water is being used like nothing before. But Yede, please tell me what you think. What does it mean to not leave people behind in this XR and AI age?
Yeah, immense technologies have the potential to bring people together, right? So, meaningful ways. So they can support education, training, collaboration, and other healthcare aspects. So when the design is more thoughtful, XR experiences can create opportunities for people to learn, communicate, and work together, regardless where they are located. Also, transparency is essential to build all this trust. So users should understand what is AI and more how it can be helpful and what information they can gather and how it can affect. So while complex technical details are not always necessary, but organizations should have these honest decisions in front of the people so that they don't left behind everyone. And the future AI and XR should inclusive and empowering individuals and communities while creating opportunities are available to everyone.
Yes, I agree. But just a quick follow-up on that when it comes to, and this leads me to the next question. Some of you have mentioned it about, I remember Bindu mentioning it about accessible to people across different regions. I think Narendra brought that out, and economic backgrounds. You talked about communities. How do you boil down when it comes to education and just making it accessible to just those communities? I believe communities are the ones which build nations, but I just like a follow-up. How do you boil down to them? How do you get to them, people who speak different language? And I can see Narendra wanting to chime in, but this is just a follow-up for you. We can have you with Narendra as well, but you do go.
Yeah, regardless of geography, income, or their ability, they should have a fair opportunity. Then they have to identify, or they might maybe go local instead of going with one solution. They have to adapt their local conditions or maybe train them if they are looking for long-term opportunities or long-term setup to use or gather, or they wanted to build data centers over there. So going with what adapting those geography and locations and making the innovations would work, and at the same time it also creates every job and opportunities for the locals there.
Amazing. Okay, I saw Narendra wanting to chime in. I also think Venkata wants to chime in on that, but please tell us your thoughts, Narendra.
Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, so the technologies currently which are reaching to the people who have a the good infrastructure or good facilities. So, but if you can build a product where it can be reachable through a phone or any meeting or anything, so the communities can build together. So currently, XR needs a good infrastructure to be present your virtual reality, all those things. But if you build a product which don't need the high internet or maybe the geographical location restrictions or anything, right? So it can be reachable to different, and then so they don't need a background economics checks. Like it can be across to distribute all of the regions in the world. So, and then if they can embed with the local culture and then adapt it with their what is trying to achieve from their local communities, so that will be more the product success ratio for that. If you can consider it, the builders who are building these products, so that will be a success ratio for that product to be after launching.
Yeah, those are very deep reflections. I think something that should be really actionable and very, very easy to implement. But let me hear from you, Venkaja. What's your say on this?
Sure. I mean, when it comes to technology, right, obviously the builder should also think about the sustainable solutions. Obviously, I mean, giving a solution that kind of destroys the natural available resources like, the water or, causing pollution as Rajesh was referring to, and then also like kind of depleting all the natural resources, then that's probably not a right solution, I would say. I mean, when it comes to usage in the education industry or any other technological industry per se, right? Like obviously, all the builders should keep in mind the sustainable solutions. Like data centers are kind of, I mean, there was many recent news articles saying like data centers are utilizing a lot of energy, like electricity wise, also like the hydro energy, which is like water resources, than what they're really kind of generating the work-wise, right? Like all the automation piece. So it's a lot of new technology should emerge in that area, like how we can recycle the water, or how we can use other cooling methodologies rather than the water, right? Like what else we can do, and then some more research should happen in there, and also the more sustainable sources of the electricity as well. Like solar is one good source, and also wind and other sources of energy, right? Like to kind of power up the data centers, that should happen. And when it comes to even the technology usage, users should also be responsible about what it takes, or how much is needed of AI to be used for the use case, right? Like, just to teach like a elementary mathematics, right? You don't probably need an AI agent to kind of put together some math problems. A simple website should do it, or simple math workbook should do it. You just probably don't need AI agent to kind of give the tests for the students in from elementary. So that's my take on it. Like, wherever that is used, specifically, that's when the users should also be using responsibly, like how much AI resources we can use for the given use case. So a lot of that whole resolution needs to happen. I mean, it's new in the market, and then I know AI is kind of increasing the footprint. So with that, obviously users and builders should all be keeping in mind.
Yes, before I come to you, Dr. Jan and Rajesh, I really am noticing something recurring here, the concern for energy and resources. And one thing that strikes me when you just said, how about teaching users to use AI responsibly? It's easier to make AI your minute-to-minute workmate or something of the sort, but do you know what it takes to even generate one prompt for it to generate what it needs to? I was reading an article and it was saying generating just one demand or one prompt from ChatGPT itself, it costs a 500 liters, not liters, 500 ml bottle of water. Now you can imagine if billions of people are generating 5 times, they're just prompting in maybe 100 times in a day, and one prompt costs 500 ml. I believe we're going to another disaster that we didn't plan for. Forget about safety and responsibility and ethics. Can you now talk about nature and what effects it's going to have on humanity? So this is just my thoughts, and I see you, Dr. Jani, have something to really say about it. Please say it.
Yeah, right. Oh, hold on. Oh, all right, I'm not muted. Where I live right now in Illinois, there's a lot of pushback from all over about constructing these data centers. And people are really up in arms about it because of what they are focusing on mostly here is the use of electricity and the fact that the cost of electricity in these areas is going to go up so high. So now when you look at where they're building, where they want to build the data centers, a lot of them are in low economic neighborhoods. So now, so you have that twofold crisis that's coming. They're already suffering. So now you're going to build this data center. That's number one. Number two, there has been little, in a lot of these low economic areas, there has been little education about AI, how to use it, what to use it for. So when you say, when you talk about disaster, I'm looking at that disaster from that viewpoint. And so I just wanted to say that I think I think sometimes we want to build things so fast that we don't think about all of the ramifications and we don't educate people on actually what is coming and what we can do, how we can contribute. So that I just wanted to say that, yeah.
Yes, I'm also drawn to the fact that you have noticed that pattern whereby these massive giant companies are building data centers in low economic areas. I'll give an example. I'm in Kenya. Google wanted to build a multi-billion-dollar data center, but the capacity of Kenya cannot even hold it because even what we have right now is not sufficient. Now, bringing in a massive mega data center in a country like Kenya, that means power outage, that means water outage for the country. And it's happening around the world. So what if a country just accepts it and it doesn't understand really the consequences of building a data center? And what you just said, it's the awareness. Some people don't have the awareness. They might see, oh, it's this company, they want to build a data center. What an amazing thing. But they don't know about the repercussions. There's no one to tell them unless they do or they invest a thorough research on that. But let me just hear another perspective. Maybe Rajesh, you have something else to share on this.
Yeah, sure, Len. I think you brought a very good point. Like the emerging countries like Kenya and all has a lot of requirement to build the infrastructure in standpoint, and where these massive data centers are coming, but it's going to consume a lot of resources. That is a challenging topic. That how do you make sure that technology innovation versus your resource management to grow a country, that's a challenge for definitely for sure. And Dr. Jain said like the data center problems even is happening in my state also in Indiana. Just we are right beside to Illinois. So in one of my maybe very near to my city where there's one Google data center is coming up, and there is the lot of locals they have actually been protesting, and they have actually stopped that process or project for now time being, I guess. But when I see that, right, so what I learned from that is one data center of 1 gigawatts energy, it takes 1 gigawatts of energy, which means almost 750 homes energy for 1 year of span that's going to consume that electricity. Think like that, right? So when you gauge that kind of massive energy that is being used, obviously that's not easy for the even for that matter. Even it can make noise pollution and air pollution, and we also talked about the water. When you say water about, right, I was reading this article sometime back in London. It happened recently. The government of the city of London is asking people not to send the email if it is required, or delete some of your old emails from email box to save the water. It was nowhere relevant, right? Email and water, how these two are relevant. But when you see underlying, right, so what happens is it is all going to store in data centers, and data centers need to cool down all this, and it is a lot of water. So it is again massive effect that is being caused. So we should be, as a user, it is both sides, right? As a developers are going to think about their innovation and technology building. At the same time, they should also give the awareness to the users and the people how to responsibly use that not to go for a small thing to chat GPT or Grok or anything like that, right? Be responsible where you can use your mental math for sake of simplicity, right?
Yes.
So what, so that's what I think we should build in the, from the schools onwards. Again, these kids are learning chat GPT very fast and they're asking the questions there. I guess we need to control from there, so it will make a time, but I guess it can be done.
Yes, Rajesh, and I'm really looking forward. Maybe we're gonna have a very maybe very huge campaigns now on not only climate change but save the future by not using AI. Save the future by being responsible with AI. I'm seeing a lot of campaigns coming out of that. But let me just shift gears, and I'm coming to you, Bindu and Narendra as well, and anyone who wants to chime in. How can product leaders balance rapid innovation with responsible development? Bindu, I want to hear from you.
Oh, it's a fairly important questions that leaders have to address, Lynn, because we have heard a lot of perspectives from our team here itself, like how the existing innovation, which is at a rapid pace, is actually concerning the global, the around the globes, right? So, what I would think is that people who are especially the leaders, they have a significant role because they have to build the models which are transparent enough, and also make sure like the AI that causes the impact when it comes to decisions or interactions, we have to be very, very careful. We as a leaders need to be very cautious. So they have to build a model in such a way that the user should pretty much easily understand like when exactly the AI is involved, what information is being collected, how decisions are made, what choices they have, in case like if they can, how can they seek support if something goes wrong. So this is like the trustworthy information that leaders are responsible, and they are supposed to communicate openly and consistently. So for example, providing explanations for why AI system recommend a particular product or service, clearly displaying the privacy policies. So all these truly matters, and people want to understand why and how AI is affecting them. Then and that responsibility is truly with the leaders. The
Yes.
true communication is what required from being a leader, and the responsibility resides with them.
Yes, Bindu, just a follow up. What if the leaders are not even themselves aware? They're trying to catch up as well. They're trying to catch up. Why do I need AI? What are the consequences? What happens in such a scenario? Who's brought in, and how can they bring it in a transparent, as you say, transparent and clear communication?
So it could lead to both bias as well as ethical concerns, Lynn. So the bias can enter in multiple directions in many ways, to be honest, because it's truly the model that we are training to create AI or extended reality, right? For example, if you think of like if the data does not represent the groups fairly, it could lead to unfair, decision making, and leaders supposed to test it regularly, try to understand the outcomes, and also they're supposed to involve multiple backgrounds, in during their development process. So testing an AI hiring tool to ensure candidates from different backgrounds receive fair evaluations, and that again I was saying the responsibilities with the leaders, and also monitoring the AI outcomes. And as far as the ethical concerns are thought about, think about like what data we are collecting. Are we
Mhm.
collecting in a right pace and the right quantity as well as the quality? How long we are going to keep it? As said by Rajesh, like keeping the emails for a longer duration is leading the huge natural resources by the data centers. Is it really needed? So all these questions must be arose by the leaders.
Okay.
So I believe that ethics should not be treated as a legal checkbox. It should be like an ongoing conversation throughout the product life cycle, and it should be the primary responsibility of a true given leader.
I definitely agree with that perspective. I see Narendra. I also see Uday who wants to really chiming on that. Please tell us what you think.
Yeah. Adding to Bindu point, so if you are collecting the PI information or anything which you are building a product based on the company, so the leaders within the company and the company, they have to have a legal team or maybe the product teams to check a frequent gates, like how the product is performing. And then instead of that, what I would suggest, what I would thought is, so they put it, instead of opening it to globally everyone to use that product, they can enable it like 1,000 users, and then understand how the users are predicting or how the users are behaving with that data, and then analyze it, and then they can enhance that 1,000 users to maybe like 100,000 users. So once that user patterns understand, so you know that how your product is behaving. So the true leader who have a responsibility on their shoulders, so they have enabled this with the gates, like increasing the volumes to the users when it reaches to the everyone in the world. So by that time it already filtered through all the ethics and then all those incorporated from the foundation onwards. So the ratio of the fault tolerance, all those could be reduced, because you are not enabling or you're not opening the gates and right away, and then everybody can access it and then spoil it. And then because you are from the ground onwards, you understand the pattern, how the users are trying to behave, and then everything. So it's with the same if you go to the healthcare also. So when you have a doctors or XRs, they want to utilize it. So first they create the environment to handle how the surgeries goes, all those things. When the doctors are prepared with that environment, and then they can implement it through with the real patients. So that's how you need to do. The same goes with the communities also. If they are, let's say for example, say any governments, they were building any parks or any of the public assets, so they can, the true leaders with the government, so they can take the opinions and then build it in terms of a responsibility, so they can involve each and everyone to the contributions, all those things, and then they can development
Yes,
that.
Narendra, if I'm getting you right, it just takes the involvement of all, especially the people, and it keeps it keeps getting interesting when you say we need to really get the views of the users. I think for a long time that has been really sidelined, and I appreciate the fact that you brought it out. Uday, I want to hear from you. Please share your thoughts.
Yeah.
Uday, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think there isn't one single solution. It has to be a combination of responsible of leadership, clear communication, and education and people collaboration. So first, leaders, they should be the transparent and about how technologies are being used. Organizations should invest educating employees and communities so people understand the change happening around them. Developers, policymakers, educators, and other business persons need to work together rather than operating in a separate cells and fight or competing each other, building big, massive infrastructures and stuff. So most importantly, we should keep people at the center of innovation. Technology should solve human problems and create opportunities instead of just making long-term problems. It's not just advance for the sake of advancement, but if we focus on inclusion, trust, and long-term impact, we can maximize the benefit of this while we can reduce the risks. So for me, simple solution is that innovate responsibly and communicate clearly and keep people at the center of every decision.
Amazing, definitely. That just really scales what the rest of the leaders have mentioned. And I really want to shift gears and I want to bring this to you, Venkata, Rajesh, and Dr. Jan. How can immersive technologies be used to build stronger communities than increase isolation? Rajesh.
Yeah, so immersive technologies strengthen the communities when they are designed around the reciprocity, right? So basically, um, it is not pure consumption experience. So experiences that ask the users to give something, creative work and knowledge and support, as well as we receive in the generation of the mutual investment that can the community requires that kind of requirement. So immersive it tend to otherwise what happens is if you are building the technologies and isolation, then it's going to it will not be pure. It will not make a difference in the community. So rather it actually works in the reverse way. So that's every communities and every person's responsibility that when they are building these kind of technologies, then make sure that there will be some element that can play as a group or social, right? Otherwise, with this latest AR world and everybody has their own phones or XR AR glasses, and they can do their own things separately. That's becoming more isolation, right? So
Yes.
it is obvious that we need to have that kind of rule, not rule, sorry, responsibility for the leaders and the products that have to be built in such a way that it should be collaborated socially to make that connection and become more useful to the society.
Yeah, I am baffled by what you just said. When it comes to building, don't build products that are very too addictive, and that is something we have seen in the web too, whereby social media platforms and gaming platforms are very addictive, and it makes you just stick in one place that you forget the other part of the world. But when it comes to these disruptive AI in massive worlds, can we just build something that can encourage more social activities and more human to human interactions? But I want to hear more thoughts. Dr. Jan and Venkata, what do you have to say?
Well, there's certain things we can do. I think sometimes, just to go back to the previous question, sometimes leaders feel that leading is doesn't mean involving someone else in your decision makings. And I think as far as making sure that communities are involved, there are just things that you can do, practical things. You can have virtual town halls. You can have a skill sharing circles that talk about real world needs. And you can prioritize tools for different local communities. And in other words, involve the community so they can see real world applications and not just the leader, so to speak, just coming into the community and telling them what they feel. Because I think that's why people feel isolated, because they're not involved in the decision making.
That's true. That's true. And I see that resurfacing over and over again, whereby leaders enforce this technology to them instead of collaborating and making them together. And it's such a very powerful point that you brought there. And our time is really, really flying fast, and we have very limited of it. Venkata, what do you have to say?
Sure. So I think the immersive technologies, right? Like that can be used to bring to kind of teach one culture about another culture. That will kind of increase the cultural understanding. And that's one way. And then also these technologies can be used to kind of do some digital meetups and kind of learn about different cultures too, right? So that's something that these technologies could offer. And then most of these, right, like any AI agent or AI tool, that shouldn't be focusing on like one purpose, like, as Rajesh was mentioning earlier, right? Like it needs to be like more of a plug and play type of a thing, can be used for different things as well as, different use cases. So that's something I could add up to all the points that everybody mentioned.
And that was beautifully said. Now, Bindu, I want you to just quickly, one sentence. What world are you looking up to see when it comes not to leaving people behind in this technology world? Just one sentence, one word.
If you ask me, I love technology, but I love it moving fast, but I wanted to let it move thoughtfully in such a
Yes.
way that it should not leave anyone behind.
And that was a beautiful conclusion. Now, dear audience, these are leaders. You've had their thoughts. They have something to say. And of course, they're doing impeccable things. Please follow them on their LinkedIn, connect with them, and maybe perhaps do business with them. And I can successfully say our GatherVerse panel was well.
Thank you.
And that's the conclusion of GatherVerse XREvolve series, day 1, 2026. We want to give a heartfelt thank you to each of our speakers that have come to join us from around the world, from all different places that we know not, from all the different minds in the technical endeavor and non-technical endeavor of what they do and their daily sojourn in the vestiges of life. We heard today about XR at the interface of AI. We heard from compassionate expressions of those who are doing their level best to innovate for human betterment and wellness and well-being. But collectively, even with all the voices expressed so far at our GatherVerse AI Evolve and XR Evolve series, it's not enough. We have to take these words and these expressions into consideration of what we do with them daily, but more importantly, what we share and convey to others in life. This is our 45th Global GatherVerse Summit event. We've had thousands of speakers, thousands of companies, and thousands of opportunities to get this right. There has been progress when it comes to the endeavor of innovation at the intersection of humanity. There has been. It's not enough. It's not enough. The XR industry as a whole, in many ways on the business side, is taking a massive hit. It's time to be honest. It's not where it means, it's not where people want it to be, but it's here nonetheless. But the science itself is as strong than it's ever been. But if we're only chasing for profit and legacy and business, then we've missed the whole opportunity. It's time to break old traditional cycles because they're not working and the case study is done. It's time to move past frameworks of that which could be and being stuck in the vestiges of platforms like IEEE that do tremendous work, but they serve the benefit of a rock in a garden if it doesn't grow and these frameworks aren't deployed and living and manifested. We have to move away from the conventional thinking of the framework. We have to move away from the original thinking, if you will, of white papers and manifestos. Because in that endeavor and in that prospect, we're getting nowhere fast. No one wants to put a 10-pound AR glass set on their head. It's not enjoyable. And it's difficult to use AR and VR technology if we don't trust the cloud providers behind it. There's an uncomfortable truth that's being said. You can go to the biggest summits and conventions in the world for AI and for XR, and none won't be as honest as I'm being honest with you. The majority of what's been built for XR is trash in visualization. It's old in visualization, and the headset and the gear is not wanted or it's too expensive. And people simply can't afford it, and it's not accessible. It's time to wake up in this industry and stop eating our own dog food, falling in love with our own ideas, and building with the consideration of more people should have more input on these powerful stories that can take storytelling to the next level. I've been saying for years, and I'll say it until I'm able to, that XR is one of the most extraordinary applied sciences and powerful opportunities we've ever had in technical endeavor of scale. But if we do not extend reality, we cannot bring reality with it. Think about that. How far have we really come? What have we learned from the billions of dollars that's been spent? And how many people are laid off, unemployed, don't have a job, and are sitting here watching this? There are many people at GatherVerse.live right now. I see you. There are many people out here that just want an opportunity to work, and they build incredibly well. The content creator community has been hacked and slashed. It's time for a different way. If you want to continue the old tradition of XR and chasing legacies and profit, go to where those places are. Have fun with that. We'll see what that does for you. But if you want to take a different route and a different approach in building XR with the consideration of human betterment and wellness and ethical guidance and not leaving it on paper and actually living it and building it, come find me. Because GatherVerse is where I'll be. At today's summit, with all the roundtable discussions of expressions are gathered as well. And upon the next occasion, when we meet again, in the frontier of the exponential, may our gather be well. Take care. Farewell.